What up, guys? Gang Spranks are back with a brand new figure video. Yes, we are here with my monthly figure purchases for April 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed last month's. That one was a bit of a doozy. That one just seemed to go on forever. I thought I was making good time when I was, showing off all the figures and, doing the news portion and stuff like that. Somewhere in there, things just went out of control and the video ended up being super long. So if you have not checked that out, go check it out. I put a lot of work into it. I really tried to edit it down and make it like a nice, concise video, but it ended up being like over 3 hours. I think it was close to 4 hours. So it was, it was quite a nightmare. Hopefully that is not the case with this episode, even though I did get a lot of cool stuff. I mentioned in the last episode that I was going to be going to a toy show. And boy, did I ever. I bought quite a bit of stuff. Now, most of it was prearranged. I have a toy guy, and he hooked me up. He hooked me up with some Marvel Legends. He hooked me up with some wrestling figures. Most importantly, he hooked me up with a ton of Power Rangers Lightning Collection figures, a care package worth of figures. I'll also be posting up pictures that I took from the event and just a couple cool things that I saw. I actually had a lot more fun this time at the toy show than I did last time. The last time I went was in February, and in February, oh my god, it was such a nightmare because it fell on a long weekend. In Canada Day, we have Family Day, and it fell on that weekend, so the toy show was just packed to the gills. And when we went this month, it was quite nice. It was busy, but you could still like look around and like talk to the vendor, whoever's selling stuff, like if you had questions or whatnot. I had a lot more fun than I did last time. I fucking hated it last time. So happy to report that I went and bought a lot of stuff. I do it for you guys. I do it for the video and my personal collection, but that's nor here nor there. And just a kind of quick thing before we show off figures, just a quick little story that I stumbled upon. I just thought it was the weirdest thing that kind of happened to me. So I have been working recently with an uncle of mine, and he's basically like a handyman. And one of the jobs that I came with him to do was at this office of some paralegal or some sort, or real estate. I'm not sure of the office. I didn't really ask too many questions. We went to fix and install a couple things in the office. And what's funny was when we were walking at the office, we're walking in the parking lot. I'm going in to enter the passenger door, and I see from across the street a logo that looks very, very familiar to me. And my eyes aren't too good, so I pulled out my camera and I zoomed in, and I was like, whoa, this is here? Like, this is here? And I'll post a picture of what it is. And it is a headquarters for Hasbro. The area that we went to, I would say, is about an 8 to 10 minute drive from my house. And to just look across the parking lot, in the parking lot across the street, and to just see the Hasbro Canadian, the headquarters, I'll just call it that, the Hasbro Canadian headquarters, just being in my neck of the woods and just right where I happen to be, and I'm just like, oh my god, that's crazy. I was so dumbfounded. I was like, wow, the small world that we live in. I was gonna go knock on their door and be like, hey, can you hook me up with some figures? If I have some issues with some Power Rangers Lightning Collection or Marvel Legends, can you, replace it for me? I wasn't actually going to do that, but I just thought it was super funny because I'm like, I buy a ton of their toys. I buy the Power Rangers Lightning Collection. I buy the Transformers, Beast Wars stuff, Marvel Legends. That's all made by Hasbro. And I just thought it was just very peculiar to just kind of stumble upon that. So I just thought that was a fun story to share. But enough about that. We've got a lot of toys to show off, a lot of things I picked up. As we usually do, if you're new to watching this series, I have a pre-recorded video that I'm about to queue up, and basically it's going to kind of break down all the figure lines that I collect and everything I'm kind of trying to build towards. So if you're unfamiliar with that, you can watch the video. If you are familiar with that, I put timestamps in the description. You can kind of skip to wherever you'd like. So without further ado, let's cue that up and let's start showing off some figures. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series. And it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with the Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic-inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures, or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the Retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect a one of each, Predacons, Maximals, stuff like that. Next, I collect Dragon Ball SH Figuarts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them, but I'm not crazy about them. But I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters. But for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. For me, I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what additions are going to be coming to my collection this month. This month, we're going to be adding to 7 of them. The one collection that we're not going to be adding anything to is Transformers Beast Wars. Wasn't able to get any figures, although I am in contact right now with a guy who's selling a couple of vintage Beast Wars figures. And he's selling them for a pretty good price. I'm talking to him right now. And hopefully I'll have those for next month. But even though we didn't get any additions for Transformers Beast Wars, we do have some random stuff that I got at the toy show. The first one being this little figure, which I don't even know what the fuck it is, to be honest. It is a NECA scaler. We'll be talking more about NECA later on in the video game section. Finally got my hands on a NECA figure. But with this one here, I bought 2 figures off this one guy at the toy show. He was, just a vendor, whatever. And he ended up just giving this to me. He's like, oh, as a thank you, here's a little gift. Just a little shitty gift he's probably just trying to get rid of. I was just like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'll show him on my video. And it's called a NECA Scaler. And it is a little monster. They come in different things. I did some research because I was like, what the fuck is this? And they come in different brands. The one that he gave me was this monster from Pacific Rim called Knifehead. And it is just basically grappling onto this rope, as you can see in the background there. It's just holding on. You can say that it's climbing, as you can see the brickle on the back. So that's what they're called, scalers. We'll just show off the box real quick, NECA Scalers. The box is messed up. This is just how he gave it to me. I don't have any intention of opening it. Honestly, I was just going to throw it in the trash. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Maybe donate it. I don't know who the fuck would want this, but yeah, very plain box. This is actually quite sharp, so I'm being careful, but actually we can read the scalers here. So NECA Scalers, Knifehead. Scalers are collectible minifigures for your cords and cables, featuring iconic characters from movies, video games, TV, and comic books. These adorable minis grip headphone cords, device cables, and more, and feature an amazing level of detail. At only 2 inches tall, there's room for a bunch on any cord. Collect your favorites and take them everywhere. The last thing I want to do if I have a pair of wired headphones is just make it more heavy for my head. Obviously this isn't going to add the biggest weight, but if I had a whole collection of, Pacific Rim monsters or whatever the case may be, it just seems like it would be quite a nuisance. So yeah, just a little thing I got it for free, so I can't really complain, but yeah, Knifehead from Pacific Rim. But that's not where it ends. I also got 2 figures that they don't really fit any of the categories that I collect for. So this is just kind of going to be a random section. The 2 other figures that I got from my toy guy. Shout out to him. Really, really hooks me up. Like I said, I haven't seen him since February, so he really laid it on thick. And these 2 figures I'm about to show are something that I did have my eye on. If you watched the December episode of the monthly figure purchases, I showed off some Super 7 Ultimates, the Disney ones. And, I explained that, I collect these for my great aunt because, I'll just give a quick synopsis of that story. Basically, I live with my great aunt. She sees all my collections and stuff. From time to time, she'll just kind of marvel at them and just kind of stare at them. So I thought what I would do is get her own collection, and I ended up doing the Disney Ultimate ones. And I've got her most of Wave 1, most of Wave 2, and whatever else is going to come out in the future. If you want to know more about that, go check out the December episode. But I was looking at these figures, which we'll show off here in a second. And they're not Disney themed, but they are kind of cartoon themed. And I remember when I first saw that these were announced, I was like, Jesus Christ, those look awesome. I need to have those to my collection. And the figures that I am talking about are from Super 7. They are the Ultimate figures. And they are Ultimate figures for, I wouldn't say it's my favorite cartoon, but it's a cartoon I do remember watching quite a bit. And it is Pinky and the Brain. Now, if you look on the box, obviously it says Animaniacs, but if you look on the bottom here, the Brain and Pinky, obviously these guys here, here's Brain, here's Pinky, and I just thought these figures look awesome. We are going to, take off the boxes and stuff. I mainly wanted it for Animaniacs. I really enjoyed Animaniacs as a kid, and I just think the Ultimate figures look awesome. Pinky and the Brain, not so much. I kind of found the show boring, to be honest. I just, looking back, I guess I was just kind of a young, dumb kid and didn't really get what was going on. I mean, I understand the whole thing. Brain, what are we going to do tonight? We're going to take over the world.
Gee, Brain, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
The Pinky and the Brain.
That was always fun. But for me, I was more of an Animaniacs guy than a Pinky and the Brain. But my toy guy did not get the Animaniacs. Hopefully we'll have that for a future episode. They're also doing like a SpongeBob wave, which I just saw. I saw at the toy show too. Someone had it on display. Those looked really cool. And I just kind of hope that they do more of these cartoon things because it's just a blast from the past, from my childhood. I watched these shows as a kid. SpongeBob, not so much. More so the Animaniacs and Pinky and the Brain. But I hope they do tons of others because there's a lot of awesome cartoons that I would love to get in figure form, especially these ultimate figures. They're called ultimates for a reason. They are the ultimate version of the figure. So we're going to take a look at Pinky first. Actually, if we compare the box, Brain has a much larger box. And to be honest, it's just for his large head. And we'll show that off in a second. We're going to show Pinky off first because he is the smaller box. So as typical for Super 7 Ultimates, they also come in the brown shipper box, but I didn't include that because then it'd just be way too much clutter here around me. So here we have a nice, I don't know how you would describe the design on the box, but it is shiny and very reflective. And here we can see Ultimates, and the box is pretty plain, no other designs. The only thing we have is the Animaniacs here. And Super 7, age 14, we're going to take off the slipcover and to reveal Pinky. Now, if you ever watched the show, Pinky was not the brains. Obviously, there was a character called Brains because he was the master planner. Pinky was a doofus, as you can see his face. Very doofus looking, always the butt of the joke. But yeah, I think they really did a great job with these figures. We'll just quickly take a look at the box and then we'll break down all the stuff inside. On top, it's kind of like a brick wall of sorts. I don't know how you would describe it. Obviously some sort of wallpaper where they're kind of busting through. But here we see Animaniacs, Pinky. Nice shot of the box there. Nothing really to display. We got a small window on top. On the side, really nothing. On the bottom, got some boring stuff. And on the back, we get a nice shot of Pinky being his loving, dorky self. As we can see in the box, tons of accessories, throwbacks to tons of episodes that I probably don't even recall. But the figure looks cool. As you can see, he's got quite a bit of articulation. Arms, elbows, waist, thigh, leg joints, feet articulation. It's all there. We can even see his rat tail there. We can see a little notebook of sorts. A grapple gun, some sort of beaker there, and in the back, I have no idea what that is, but here we can see a bunch of extra hands. There's even a hand with like a pen, right? Yeah, you can't really see it, but tons of extra hands there. There's even more stuff. There's like is that a gun of some sort? No, it just looks like a beaker type thing. And we got 2 extra heads. Here we can see he's on some sort of hallucinogen. And here we have his happy-go-lucky self. Yeah, I think they did a phenomenal job with Pinky. I think it looks great. And here is Brain in his bigger packaging, like I mentioned. He's got a very bulbous head, and just the accessories that he comes with are quite large. And to accommodate that, they made it a larger box. I did take off the little slipcover because it is the same as Pinky's, and we'll just quickly show off his box. It's a very similar layout to Pinky's as we just saw. So same on top, a little window there. Here's the side. Here is another side. And here we have the back with a nice shot of the Brain. I would have liked if they went and kind of personalized each box, like with the Disney Ultimates, each character and their box kind of reflect, you know, that character specifically. And I kind of wish they did that with this, where with Pinky and Brain's box, they all look similar. And there's a possibility that Animaniacs have the exact same box as well. So we'll have to wait to see whenever I get those. But yeah, I just wish they kind of had a little more fun with it. You know, just kind of personalize it to each specific character instead of just kind of making the generic one for all 5. Now, like I said, I don't want to speak for the Animaniacs because I can't confirm that one, but just based on, you know, the labeling on the box, I'm assuming that it might be the same, but at least for Pinky and the Brain, it is the same. So let's take a look at the figure real quick. So here we see the Brain looking pretty awesome there. We kind of see his disgusted face, having this deal with Pinky all the time. Brain here wanting to take over the world, and Pinky not really being much help to help him and accommodate him in that journey. But here we only get 2 heads, but they are very ginormous heads, as we can see. It's you know, like we saw in the box. The box is quite huge compared to Pinky's, and he's got a very large head. Body is nice. It's proportionate. Well, not proportionate because obviously he's got an oversized head, but I think the body does look good. It's got some good articulation. Doesn't have a waist joint, but it does have legs. No knees, but it does have feet joints and elbows and shoulders and all that stuff. We also see his little rat tail in the back there. We've got a little ball and chain here with a globe and nice little metal chain. So that's a nice little touch. Here we got extra sets of hands for him. We've got a giant magnet here in the back. Got a little beaker there in the back left with yellow liquid. And we have a giant paper clip in the back right there where my thumb is. It's a giant paper clip. I don't think it's like a working paper clip, but it is pretty big. And there's also a little like screen behind him. It's probably like some chalkboard of some sort, but it's so hard to see with the glare. But it says the word worlds. Oh, you can kind of see it right there, and a little picture of the world. Actually, here's an even better look at it. But here we see tonight's plan. Me, there's Pinky and Brain. There's a rocket ship. There's the world, and I'm not sure what they're planning, but I'm sure it's going to lead to some global devastations. So these are just two really cool additions. I like the fact they're even tackling this, and they kind of have done like a cartoon theme, Super 7 with their Ultimate figures. Like they're doing the TMNT stuff, they're doing Transformers, they're doing G.I. Joe. There were some other ones that I'm not familiar with, like shows from the 80s and stuff. But if they do shows from like this time period, especially when I was a kid, off the top of my head, some that I would love to see, Rugrats would probably be on my like top of the list. I think that would be fun to get like Chucky and Tommy and all those guys. Then you got like Angry Beavers, you've got Hey Arnold, you've got Johnny Bravo, that would be a fun one. Cat Dog. Oh, there's so many good TV shows that they could do figures for, and these are just some really cool ones. So, very happy with these. I'm going to add these to my Great Ants collection with the Disney Ultimates. They're going to fit in because they're all part of an animated world. Obviously, these are with Warner Brothers, and the other ones are with Disney, but they're they kind of go hand in hand with the animation stuff. Like, if you look at these characters, you can easily see them in, like, a Disney movie. Actually, one that I just popped into my head, because I look at him, when I see Pinky, it reminds me of a lot of Chip and Dale, especially the big red nose, so some Chip and Dale Rescue Ranger figures would be cool. God, there's just so many. There are so many awesome cartoons. If I think of any, I'll put like pictures on the screen of some. Let me know in the comment section, what TV show or cartoon specifically would you love to see Super 7 do some Ultimates for? Like I mentioned before, they're doing some SpongeBob ones. So Wave 1 is either out or coming out very soon. I think it's slowly trickling out. And Wave 1 is going to consist of SpongeBob and Sandy Cheeks. And they're also doing Wave 2 with Patrick and Squidward, and maybe we'll see Wave 3 and possibly even more. I forgot that they're also doing The Simpsons Super 7 Ultimate figures. Those are pretty cool. You know, if we're doing Simpsons, we can get Family Guy, we can get Futurama, we can get Rick and Morty potentially. So those are just a couple cool ones. But let me know in the comment section, what cartoon would you love to see Super 7 do some Ultimate figures for? Yeah, just a couple cool additions. I'll also throw in the stupid scalar thing. These are kind of my random additions this month. So now that we got the random stuff out of the way, we can get down to the meat and potatoes. Now that we got the fun stuff out of the way, let's jump into our regular scheduled programming and show you the stuff that I got this month. So we're going to start out with TMNT first, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The first thing I got is an addition to my collection, and the other thing I got was TMNT related. It's not a figure, but I just thought I'd show it off here because I think it's pretty cool. So I'll start off with the figure, and the figure is going to be something that I've been kind of on the fence about for a little bit, but I finally decided to pick it up, and it is a figure of a henchman of Shredder's. We showed off Bebop at an earlier time, and now it was finally time to get his partner Rocksteady. So here he is, Rocksteady. Really cool looking figure. I mentioned this in an episode like months ago, where when this figure was announced, I was kind of hesitant to get it for a few reasons. One, I kind of wanted more of this look here that's displayed on the box. Like, I like the addition of the human head, which I think is a really cool addition that I don't think I've seen other figure lines implement, so this is just a really cool touch. But when I think of Rocksteady, I kind of think of this. Him in his yellow tank top and like his combat boots, and he's, got a bandolier on. He's ready for war, right? He's turtle hunting. And what they did with the figure was they put on a jacket on him because they wanted it to be interchangeable with the human version. Now, if he didn't have the jacket, then it would just be the Rhino version, but with the jacket on, it hides the arms, and that way you can throw on the human hands, and you can throw on the human head, and if you want to have him in his human form, you can do that, or if you want him in his rhinoceros form, you can do that, which I think is cool. I like the interchangeability. One little thing kind of annoyed me when I saw it was, it's a little nitpick with me. I don't hold it against the figure, but because you can switch it between his human form and his Rocksteady form, obviously there's going to be some skin color somewhere. Now the hands are pretty clean. As you can see with the sleeves, there's no color there. But if you look under his rhinoceros head, it's hard to see without the glare of the light. Kind of right there. Let me see if I can get it in closer. Kind of right there. Between the yellow shirt and the head, there's some skin color there. And I know it's so minute. It's so hard to see. If you have the rhino head, you can't really see it. But I just know that it's there and it bothers me. But the rhino head kind of covers it. But if you do look closely, you can see, like I said, a little bit of the skin there. Which makes sense because, you know, if it was like gray underneath for his rhino form and then you put the human head on, it would look stupid. At least with the rhino head, it kind of covers it up because it's big and bulky and protrudes a lot. So you can't really see it. So it is well covered, but me just knowing that it's there kind of irks me. That's just me. That's a fault of mine. It's not against the figure, but I think the figure itself does look pretty solid. Comes with a ton of accessories. The figure itself looks really good. Comes with 2 sets of hands. Actually, 3 sets of hands. This hands he already comes with human hands and more rhinoceros hands. He also comes with a machete and a machine gun. A machine gun with a snipe. Actually, that's kind of weird because like you got the piece to prop it up, like on top of the gun, and I don't think it's adjustable. So maybe you put it sideways like this, but then you got the scope here. I don't know. It's a weird setup for a gun. Actually, it might not even be a machine gun at all. It might just be a sniper rifle, but I don't know. I kind of get a machine gun vibe from it. But now that I see the scope, it kind of makes me think otherwise, because originally when I did see it like this, I just thought of it as a machine gun in there, like just a giant machine gun where he's got it, you know, in his hands, like, but it's still a cool gun regardless. And we'll show off the box. So here it is, Rocksteady. Nice looking box. Nice shot of him there, charging up. On the back, all his accessories. A nice shot of him there, his little origin story. We'll read it, because why not? Rocksteady was originally a human gangster that was employed by Shredder. After his failing to stop the Turtles, the Shredder developed a plan to mutate members of his street gang. Rocksteady's DNA was mutated with the rhinoceros, and he became a half man, half rhinoceros. Pretty basic bio there, but there it is. On this shot, we got a little half window here, half cardboard. On the bottom, some boring stuff. On top, we see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles there. And that's about it for the box. But yeah, I think the figure is pretty solid. I will say my hesitations on getting the figure have been quelled. I am pretty content with it. I'm glad to have it in my collection. And I'm glad that he's got a buddy. So let's show him off. Let's set up Rocksteady here. There we have Rocksteady and Bebop looking great together. I think these two figures look pretty awesome. As I mentioned earlier, you can have them either in their gangster form, you know, their regular human form, or you can keep them like this in their mutated form. Either way, I think is a pretty good choice. We got a couple more comparisons for Rocksteady, so let's keep them here. I brought in a turtle to show him off with, so I brought in Leonardo, looking pretty good. Like them together. And of course, as mentioned on the back of the box, his master Shredder. There he is, together. You know what? Let's bring in Bebop. Let's get the whole team together. Here they are, looking pretty dope. So we got some more villains for the Turtles. As you know, with my turtle collection, I've got all the Turtles. I've got Casey Jones and stuff. And now it's time to kind of fill out the villains, you know? We got Krang, we got Shredder, we had Bebop, we got a Foot Soldier, and now we have a Rocksteady to kind of make it. I think I got 10 figures now, 5 bad guys, 5 good guys. Yeah, that's exactly what I have, because I got the 4 Turtles plus Casey Jones, that's 5 good guys, and for the bad guys, I got these guys here, these 3, and Krang and the Walker, and a Foot Soldier Ninja, making my display look a lot cooler. But speaking of cool, this next thing, so let's clear the board real quick. So this next item is still TMNT related, but it's not figure related, but I've showed off something similar to this a couple months ago. It was an episode before, I think it was the episode before that, where I showed off a graphic novel I got. You know, I got Batman 89, the continuation, and I got the Beast Wars Volume 2. And I recently got another book, and this is a book that I've just heard so many good things about. People have just been raving about this story, and it's intrigued me enough to be like, I think I need to read this. You know, I think I've heard so many good and positive things about this. I need to check it out myself. And it is none other than, I don't know if it's newly released. It's somewhat new. I want to say it's about 2 years old, roughly, maybe a year and a half. The TMNT book, The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Last Ronin. I have heard so much about this. You know, people's talking about it and excitement about it. It kind of intrigued me where, you know, for me, I've never really read too many Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics. The only one I can think of off the top of my head was the crossover between Power Rangers, at least the first one. I haven't read the second one yet. So for TMNT, I haven't really delved deep into the comics, but I know the comics run deep. They've been going on for a while. I know they've done a lot of cool things, but this one in particular is the one that people have been talking about the most, The Last Ronin. And it's a story similar to Old Man Logan, if you're familiar with that. If you're not familiar, basically, this turtle here, he is the last Ronin. And the story goes... Actually, you know what? Let's read the synopsis on the back. The future of New York City is dim, a high-tech urban battlefield controlled by the Foot Clan and their cybernetic soldiers. But from the wasteland outside the walls stalks a lone surviving turtle, the last Ronin, on a hopeless mission to end his family's feud once and for all. He'll join new and old allies to reclaim the sewers, or die trying. So the story as it goes, this is the last turtle living. Now, part of the mystery is we don't know who it is. I have my suspicion on who it is. My prediction is it's Michelangelo, just because the way that they're kind of building it up is it's going to surprise you. And the only one that this would really surprise me being would be either Michelangelo or Donatello, where Leonardo and Raphael, they're always kind of out for blood. Where Michelangelo and Donatello, they're more the goofs, they're not so serious. So to kind of see them in a serious light and to see them go on this, you know, one-man army mission to fucking kill everybody and get revenge on the death of their brothers, it can only be between those two. But I'm kind of leaning towards Michelangelo. I think there's also a chance, like I said, it could be Donnie. But Raph and Leo, I think for sure... Nah, maybe it's even a plot twist, you know, maybe it's Venus. Shout out to you if you know who I'm talking about, Venus de Milo. The Last Ronin, it's kind of been pitched to me like Old Man Logan, and I used to work in a comic shop. When I was in high school, I did my co-op at a comic shop, kind of like a business type thing. And I remember one day a guy came in, right? And he was like, hey, do you have the Old Man Logan graphic novel? And I'm like, oh, I'm not too sure. Let me take a look. I asked the boss, and he's like, no, we don't have it. And he's like, have you ever read it? I'm like, oh, you know what? No, I have not. I've never even heard of it. I'm not the biggest Wolverine fan, so that doesn't really appeal to me. And he's like, bro, you have to fucking read it. It's one of the best stories I've ever read. And he really, really talked it up. And even him talking about it and telling me about it, he was just so ecstatic. The excitement in his voice as he's telling me about it, I was like, God damn, this sounds like the greatest story ever, right? And I think it was that night I went on Amazon and I'm like, I gotta order this book, right? This guy just talked it up so much that I gotta go and check out this book. So I ended up ordering Old Man Logan, came to my house. Thank you, Amazon. And actually, thank you, Amazon, for this as well. And they had it on sale too, which was pretty cool. So Amazon delivers Old Man Logan to my house. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to read it. I had pretty high expectations because the guy really, really built it up, and I read it and I loved it. It's probably one of my favorite stories, to be honest, and I'm not even a big Wolverine fan. So whenever there's some like a similar story to that, it always kind of intrigues me. I'm always interested in like the guy by himself going on this mission, the one-man army mission where, he's out for revenge. I'm a big revenge guy. I like revenge stories. John Wick, Man on Fire, The Man from Nowhere, some of my favorite movies. So when this book was pitched to me, I was like, damn, I gotta check it out. And I've read a little bit of it, and it does seem pretty interesting. I'm pretty excited to read some more. And it is a pretty thick book. I was not expecting this much. Now, I don't know how much of it is like concept art, because usually in a book like this, at the end, there's a lot of concept art of like ideas that they did or didn't do, the variant covers and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how much of it is a story, but there is quite a bit in here to delve into. So I'm pretty excited to read this. Hopefully it lives up to the expectations of everyone just kind of making this out to seem like a big deal. I also like to temper my expectations as well. Like, as much as everyone says a lot of good things about it, you always got to take it with a grain of salt. But when everyone is saying that it's such an amazing read, the general consensus is like, all right, it must be pretty good. Even though I'm not the biggest TMNT fan, I still have to check this out. And if you have not checked out Old Man Logan, that is something that I would recommend too. Fantastic book. So, like I said, not a figure, but a really cool one, and I really, really look forward to reading this. If you have read it already, what do you think of the story? Is the hype well-deserved? Let me know in the comments section. Next, we are going to be jumping into Dragon Ball SH Figuarts. Got one edition for this month, and the figure I got for this month was one that I kind of wanted to put off later on, because this is another version or another form of one of the characters that I already have in my collection. So I kind of wanted to space out my pickups for them, but it just ended up being at the toy show. It was a really good price. And when I had it in hand, I was like, you know what, I gotta walk away with this. Plus, at the toy show, there was not too many options for SH Figuarts. Usually, for the Dragon Ball one, there was a lot of like Masked Rider and stuff. Usually, for my Dragon Ball collection, I will look at Big Bad Toy Store and I'll check out the store and see what they have in stock. And then I'll like add it to a shipment and get it shipped to my house and, do it that way. But I knew I was going to the toy show, so I was like, oh, someone might have like a really good collection, so I'm not going to get anything from Big Bad Toy Store. So I went into the toy show with some big hopes of like, oh, hopefully someone has some really cool, hard to get SH Figuarts for Dragon Ball. That wasn't really the case. The one that I got, this was the only one that he was selling. He only had one SH Figuarts, and it just happened to be this one. I'll just introduce the figure real quick. It is a character I already have in my collection. Like I mentioned before. When we showed off their fourth form, but this time we are going to be showing off their first form, and the character I am talking about is Frieza. And one of the cool things about this figure is not only do you get the figure, but it also comes with a vehicle. You also get his pod, the Frieza pod. Like I said, I try and space out what I get because, I got the fourth form of Frieza not too long ago, to be honest. It's not really important, but I do have the fourth form. If you watch the intro video that I put where I break down my collection, I like to spread it out. I like to get, good guy, bad guy, whatever their form is. But I try not to get the same character multiple times, at least not right away. But like I said, the guy had this. He had it for a great deal. So when I went to his table, I saw this and I was immediately interested. I was like, damn, I got to pick this up. And I also got a Marvel Legends from him. We'll show that off later. The price that it was selling for was actually pretty good. If I were to get it from Big Bad Toy Store with like the conversion rate plus shipping, it would have been way, way more money. But this guy actually had it for a pretty good price. And he asked me too, because after I bought it, he's like, I had it listed for $120. Would you have bought it for that price? And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't know. Probably not. Probably not for $120. And he's like, all right, good. Because that's what I was originally going to put. But he ended up knocking it down. I'll say what I paid $90 for this. which is pretty expensive, but like I said, for what you get and for what it goes for online plus conversion and shipping, $90 is honestly a steal. But if I saw it for $120, I might have considered it, but I don't know if I would have pulled the trigger on it. But yeah, for $90, I couldn't go wrong. So yeah, here we have Frieza in his first form, and I think he looks awesome. I actually like this version of Frieza, his first form. I like him with the Saiyan armor, and this is honestly a good look for him. I do like it quite a bit, and because it is SH Figuarts, we get a ton of accessories. On the bottom, we got a different head for him, and we also got some different faces that you can attach to the head. We got his Power Scouter. We've got this, which is his little attack move, as you can see here. That's the little orb that goes on his finger. We've got a Dragon Ball in here. I'm not sure which number it is. It is number 5. It's the 5 stars on the Dragon Ball. Like I said, it does come with a vehicle, so we see his little pod here, and I believe it comes with a stand as well down there. I think that's the stand to set it up. So you would think that you would sit him into the pod, but not for this. For this, actually, you would take the top half of him, and if you look into the pod, it's already got a set of legs there. So you just pop off his upper half, and then you just toss him in the pod there. You can see the lower half there, and you can even put on the tail piece, so it's kind of sticking out. I don't know if it's, yeah, you can see it here, kind of pointed downwards. And from what I can see, it is a pretty detailed pod. You can see a little, that would be the Dragon Ball locator that he has there. You can see some buttons painted on there, some red buttons, black buttons. So we'll show off the box. There it is. We do get a different sticker from the usual stickers. It's usually like a silver one. I'm assuming with the gold one, it's some sort of anniversary event. I'm not too sure, but we got the Tamashii Nations quality sticker and the blue Bandai logo, so we know it is legitimate, but this is a different color from the other ones. There we can see the box. Nice shot of Frieza there. On the side, a little window. You can kind of see into the box. On top, another window, and we can see Frieza with a screaming face. Here's a side shot. Here we can see the bottom. Usually, bottom has boring stuff for other products, but for SH Figuarts, they have a nice display of Frieza in the back, which we showed off before, but we'll get a nice good look of it. There's him in the pod. There's him with the Power Scouter. There's him just looking menacing, and a couple different expressions and poses that you can put Frieza into. So overall, cool figure. Big fan of this one. And I brought his fourth form to show off with his first form. Here we have it, quite the size difference box-wise, because obviously you got to take into consideration the vehicle and all the accessories, but size-wise, I believe they are about the same. But as I mentioned in a previous one of these videos, I pre-ordered, I believe it was his third form, so we have that to look forward to whenever that comes in. So we'll be seeing some more Frieza here within the coming months. But I'd have to say, Frieza Form 1 and his pod, pretty cool get. I'm actually pretty happy with this one. Alright, next we are going to be jumping into McFarlane's DC Multiverse. Got 2 editions here. Was originally just going to be 1, but this first figure I'm going to show off, they just had it for such an awesome price. And this is a figure I was kind of on the fence about, and I'll talk about why. We'll introduce him first, but the first figure joining my DC Multiverse collection is hailing from Krypton, along with Kal-El Superman, we have General Zod. Here he is, looking pretty awesome. So I was pretty on the fence about this figure, to be honest. It's been quite discounted lately. Everywhere I look, whether it be Walmart, GameStop, Amazon, I just find like they're trying to get rid of these figures, right? They just have it on like half off, if not more. And I'm like, man, is there something wrong with the figure? Are they just trying to get rid of old product? I'm not too sure. With General Zod, I know he is a Superman villain, and I've mentioned this before, I'm not the biggest Superman fan, but the price that he was going for was just too enticing to pass up, to be honest. But as far as the figure itself, I was kind of on the fence about, because all the shots that I've seen of him online, like I've seen people do reviews on it, and like the pictures, like if you were to go to Big Bad Toy Store or Amazon or something like that, and you kind of cycle through the images that are provided, I did not like them at all. Like, I hated all of them, and I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I really want to get this figure. It was more the price that got this figure for me. I really wasn't a fan of any of the pictures that I saw, but once I got it in hand, once I saw it in front of me, I was like, you know what? I actually really do like this figure quite a bit, and I think it does look awesome. And especially for the price that I'm getting it at, I can't complain. Like, I got it for a steal, you know? So if you are interested in General Zod, I definitely recommend checking out Amazon. They probably still have them for a pretty good price. You could probably find them for like 50% off or more. Great deal. Plus, he comes with an extra set of, or 2 extra sets of hands, which isn't typical of McFarlane's DC Multiverse. Usually you just get the figure itself, or maybe you get a Build-A-Figure piece, but accessory-wise, usually they're lacking. But with this, he comes with 2 extra sets of hands, which is really cool. I appreciate that. And yeah, like I said, having this in person, I actually like this quite a bit. I love all the detail in his armor and stuff like that. The face sculpt turned out quite well. He does bear a lot of resemblance to Superman, who we will compare him to. This is from his DC Rebirth look, as we can see right here. We'll show off the box. So there we see General Zod there, kneel before Zod. And actually, if you are interested in this figure, I'd actually recommend getting it soon, because with the Flash movie coming out in June or July, whenever that comes out, for those of you who haven't been watching the trailer, this might be a little bit of a spoiler for you. General Zod, Michael Shannon's supposed to be reappearing as General Zod from Man of Steel. He's going to be reprising his role. So, if you are interested in General Zod, pick him up now, because once that movie comes out, his prices are probably going to skyrocket through the roof. So get it now while it's cheap. So just a little thing out there for you if you are interested in this figure. So as we can see, General Zod DC Rebirth. On top, nothing as typical for the McFarlane boxes. General Zod again. On the bottom, we got a bunch of boring stuff. And on the back, we got a nice shot of General Zod. I like it more when they do the comic shots instead of the figure shots. That's just me. Like, because it's the DC Rebirth, I like to see like what this is based on. Like a comic shot of him. But with this, they went with a figure shot, just some figure photography. I do have a little bit of a tear on my box. That's just kind of the way it came from Amazon. It sucks, but what can you do? I'm going to stop playing with it so it doesn't get any worse. Not too much to say because I'm not too familiar with General Zod. All I know of him is like from what I've seen from Man of Steel. And I believe the Christopher Reeves movie also had General Zod. The 3 Kryptonians or whatever that came to help him. I believe that was General Zod in that movie. I could be wrong. I don't remember. I wasn't a big fan of those movies. But anyways, you know what? I digress. We'll move on to the portion. Speaking of Zod and kneel before Zod, let's bring in Superman. As you can see, they go pretty well together. And they do look quite similar. I guess the gene pool on Krypton was quite shallow. Everyone kind of looks the same. But here we have Kal-El and Zod together, looking pretty awesome. I do like this quite a bit. So another villain for Superman. Speaking of villains, we'll bring him here in a second. Before we bring out the next person, I forgot to mention that there also comes with a trading card here. And you also get a display stand. So a couple extra goodies in the box. We've got Lex Luthor in his power suit. Don't have too many Superman villains. McFarlane hasn't really made too many. The only one I can really think of is like Lobo and these 2 guys. I don't know if there's anybody else that I might be missing, but yeah, just a little bit of a rogues gallery for Superman. And I brought another one in just for fun. I don't know if they've ever had any interaction, but I brought in Superboy from our last episode, who we picked up. And there he is with Zod. So we'll take out Superboy. Cool figure, but you know, he's more of a Superman villain. And for the heck of it, I brought in Superman and Lex Luthor to show off a little bit of a, like I mentioned, rogues gallery. And yeah, like I said, this General Zod figure does look a lot better in person. The pictures don't do it justice. Once you get it in hand, it definitely looks better. And like I mentioned, with the Flash movie coming out, if you are interested in this figure, take advantage of the price being low at the moment. Strike while the iron's hot, because once the Flash comes out, this is either going to disappear or, whoop, prices are going to go up, so definitely pick that up while you can. And the actual edition that I knew was going to be coming this month, and I was pretty excited about, even when it was announced, I was like, damn, that is a cool looking figure. This is a villain that I'm a big fan of for some reason. I think it's just because of his color scheme, and I just like things that are that color. But I think it's really cool to finally have this villain in figure form, at least a figure I'm a fan of compared to another release of his, but we'll talk about that in a second. Let's introduce the figure. It is another Batman villain, which is cool because I get to add that to my Batman collection. It is the Riddler from Arkham City. Looks pretty cool. I do have a little bit of gripes with it, but we'll talk about it in a second. But man, it is really cool to finally get a Riddler figure that's kind of his, I don't want to say iconic look, but his more typical look with the bowler hat and the cane and stuff. This is the Riddler that I've wanted for quite a bit. It didn't necessarily have to be from the Arkhamverse. This is from the Arkham City wave. Or not Arkham City wave. This is separate from the Arkham City wave. This was a standalone release, but is based from his Arkham City look. So in terms of Riddler figures, there's only been 2 that have been released so far with the DC Multiverse, McFarlane's DC Multiverse. We have Riddler from the Batman movie, and now we have this figure here. And I think this by far, like, I do like the Riddler look from the movie, but this is kind of what I was hoping for, and it finally came through. And yeah, I think it looks pretty awesome. I do have a little bit of gripe with it, but I wasn't really expecting it. An accessory that's in this box that I didn't even know was a thing was, if you look closely on his arm here, on his left arm, he's got like a band on his arm with a question mark. I didn't even know that he had it, because when I was looking at the box and I saw this, I was like, is that accurate? Like, I really don't remember it. But to be honest, why would I? Because we would hear him more than we see him, right? So we don't really know what he looks like. We know generally what he looks like, but for this little detail here, I was like, man, is that accurate? And I went and did a little bit of Google research, and it is accurate. That is part of the outfit. At first I thought it was a little strange, but you know, it is part of the Riddler. One thing that I don't really like, or I would have liked to have seen, but I really wasn't expecting, is the question marks on the suit. I really wish they were painted, to be honest. Like, I like that they're molded on and stuff, as you can see on the suit. I would have liked for them to have been painted, whether it have been black or purple, whatever it may be. But yeah, if you just look at this figure from here, it looks like there's a lot to be desired. You know, it does just look kind of plain looking. You know, you got your purples, you got your green. Now, I could take it out of the box and paint it myself, but 1, I don't have the paint. 2, I don't have the patience to kind of finally paint over all those question marks, because a bit of a klutz when it comes to doing fine detail like that. So, also maybe something on the bowler hat. The bowler hat looks pretty dull. You can see there's that little trim that goes around. Maybe if they painted that like a yellow, maybe paint it like a gold or something, like similar to the color here for the question mark on his tie. I think it just would have added a little bit more. Like, I just think a little bit more paint on this would have made this like a really solid addition. It's still good. I still like the Riddler, like I said, one of my favorite Batman villains. And I really think it's just because of the color green. There's a lot of things I look back in my childhood and I'm like, did I just like that because of color? You know, like the Power Rangers, specifically Tommy as the Green Ranger. I mean, he was just really cool, but, you know, he was green. I always liked Scorpion from Spider-Man for some reason. He always stuck out to me out of all the villains. But if we're going on that green theme, I prefer Hobgoblin over Green Goblin, to be honest. So I guess green doesn't really stick out to me that much. But anyways, I digress about all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know what it is about Riddler, but there's just something about him that I think it's the whole smart aspect where he tries to outsmart Batman, and he thinks he is smarter than Batman, but Batman is always kind of one step ahead of him. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I do like about Riddler, but I do have a special place in my heart for him. We'll just take a quick look at it. Purple boots. No question marks on the pants. The pants are just a plain green. There are question marks all over the jacket suits, which I think look good. We got a question mark on his tie, which is good, which I think looks good, and it's colored as well. It would have sucked if that was really just left purple. The head expression, I think it's fitting for Riddler. I don't know if I like it too much. It does scream Riddler to me, but I don't know if I would have had something else. Just, I like it, but I don't love it. And he comes with a cool accessory, his question mark cane, looking pretty awesome. And in the back, we can see a trading card there and a stand. And we'll show off the box real quick. So the Riddler from Arkham City. We do already have an Arkham City wave, which was Batman, Catwoman, Penguin, and Ra's al Ghul. And Build-A-Figure Solomon Grundy. So if you do have that wave, you can add that to your collection. Or your Arkham collection, because there are there's Arkham Asylum figures, there's Arkham Origin figures, Arkham Knight figures, tons of Arkham figures out there. Here's the top. Here's the side. And this little sticker here says DC Gaming, the Riddler. Bottom has boring stuff. And on the back, we have a nice shot of him in game. You know what? This actually kind of reminds me. I think it would have been an awesome accessory, and I'm kind of angry that they didn't add it. A Riddler trophy. Why not add a Riddler trophy in here? Just a small little thing right here. Could have gone here. Lots of empty room in the box. If you've played any of these games, you know about the Riddler trophies. And I think that is a missed opportunity right there to not add one here. That just reminded me right here. Missed opportunity. Huge missed opportunity to not give us one of these. But I still like the figure. And I did bring some friends to compare him to. So there we got the Riddler there. First and foremost, he's got to go up against Batman. And this is Batman from the Arkham City wave. I think they look really good together. Super happy about that. Got a couple other figures to show off Riddler with. Next figure I brought in was Hush. I wanted to bring in a figure that wasn't from the video game, just to show off how it would look with other characters that were from the video game, where, Riddler is from the Arkham City game. The Batman I just showed off is from the Arkham City game. But this Hush here, the Hush is from the comics. That's based on a comic design. So just to show you, if you are interested in this Riddler and you might have this Hush and you might have other characters that are based on comic designs, I think they still go well together. So these two look cool together. And I brought Hush out because if you watch the animated Batman movie on Hush, you know why. Couple more people. I brought in Nightwing, just another person to kind of pair him up with. This is the Nightwing from the Gotham Knights. As you can see, they look pretty good together. No complaints there. The Joker. So there they are together. Now we got this guy from Arkham City. This guy's from Arkham Asylum. And together, I think they look pretty sweet together. So very happy with the Riddler. Super happy to have in my collection. This is another big Batman villain I've been waiting for. Fingers crossed the next one, Two-Face. Come on, Light. You couldn't survive for another minute. I'll put on my little camera light. It's time to charge the big light, as you can see. But yeah, my fingers are crossed. Next big Batman villain that they conquer, whether it be, from the Arkham games or whatnot. Actually, I wouldn't even mind from the Arkham games. I would say Two-Face. I would like a Two-Face from the Arkham City games. I would have liked a little more paint on the Riddler, but hey, what are you going to do? I still think the figure looks good, though. I think the sculpt itself looks good. That one accessory, I think a Riddler trophy right there would have been perfect. And a little bit more paint. Just my little nitpick. I will say while I was recharging my battery, I did get a chance to read some more of The Last Ronin, and I'll have to say I am really enjoying the story. Some of it is a little predictable. I just think that comes with just reading comics and watching movies and, TV shows and just intaking media. Sometimes certain stories are going to have the same beats, but there's been a couple things where I'm like, oh shit, that happened? Ooh, that was really cool, but I am really enjoying what I'm reading so far. So the next thing we're going to show off is the video game figures. We're going to be jumping into that next. And I got two cool editions. One's a 3-in-1 and one's just a single release, but I'm going to say it's two different editions. And the first edition is a 3-pack like I just mentioned, and it's pretty topical for recent times because in the month of April, these guys had a movie released at the top of April, the Super Mario Bros. Movie. And I thought this was the perfect time to kind of pick this up, and I've had my eye on it for quite a while, but we'll introduce it. It is the Mushroom Kingdom multi-pack. It is a 3-pack of figures, and it is Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach all in one. As you can see here, it is the Mushroom Kingdom multi-pack, so that's what I refer to it as. But here we have the core characters of the Super Mario Bros. Movie and games. And of course, we've got Mario, Princess Peach, and Luigi. Like I mentioned, I've had this on my watch list for quite some time. The thing that was kind of holding me back from it was I was originally wanting to pick these up as individual releases instead of a multi-pack. I try and avoid multi-packs as often as I can, and I know it's like the weirdest thing, but I'd rather just get like the individual releases. I've seen individual releases for Mario, I've seen individual releases for Luigi, but Princess Peach, I haven't seen many releases, single releases for her. The closest one I saw was Princess Peach in a cat outfit, whatever power-up allows her to put on that suit. I saw that was released in the Jakks Pacific World of Nintendo line, but in terms of just a singular solo Peach, it's almost next to impossible. Nothing recently, maybe back in the early days when they started the line, but nothing recently. So I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna buy this multi-pack. And part of me also bought it because the movie came out and I knew that the price on this might jump up a little bit, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna buy it now in case it does go up or sells out or whatever the case may be. Then I'm going to be really pissed off that I didn't pick it up. So I caved in and I bought it, and I think the figures look pretty good overall. As we can see, we'll take a look at each character individually. We got Mario here. Pretty hard to mess up. I'm sure they've made thousands of Marios and are still planning on making thousands of Marios, but I think this one looks pretty good. We'll save Peach for last. Luigi, I think, looks pretty good as well. I would have liked a lighter green on him. He's got a bit of a darker green for his costume. Would have liked a lighter green just to kind of offset the darker overalls that he's wearing. And then we have Princess Peach here, and I think she looks pretty good. She does look very pale, in my opinion. Just the color of his skin, she looks very fair. She's more like, what's that princess that was locked in a tower and she let her hair down? Rumpelstiltskin, I believe it was, where like she was just locked away for years and years. And that kind of what it seems with her is, you know, she's the princess of the Mushroom Kingdom, as we can see here. So I'm sure she can go out and get a tan whenever she's not being kidnapped by Bowser, but yeah, just a little pale for my liking. But I think the designs overall look pretty good. I mean, these are three characters that are very established with very established looks, so it's kind of hard to mess them up. They're not going to mess too much with the formula. So overall, I do like this pack, and you can also see the Mushroom Kingdom in the back, which is a nice little background wallpaper to kind of complete this 3-pack. But yeah, here it is. It is made by Jakks Pacific, so this goes perfect with the other World of Nintendo figures and some other gaming figures we're going to show off and compare these against. But we're going to show off the box real quick so that we get a nice shot of the front. Super Mario on top. On the side, we see the 3 characters and a nice shot of Mario here. On the opposite side, just a shot of Mario. On the bottom, some boring stuff. And on the back, we see a nice larger picture of all the characters here. And we have a little bit of a description. Not a description, but just kind of telling us about the figures. I guess that is a description. Never mind. I'll just read it. So, Mushroom Kingdom Multi-Pack. Expand your Mario world with a set of highly detailed figures with 11 points of articulation for both Mario and Luigi, 5 points of articulation for Peach. Each figure has a unique set of poses. So that was something when I bought the figures and I was kind of looking into, like, how much articulation does this Peach have? And as we can see on the back, it doesn't have very much, where Mario got elbow, I think the wrist twist, doesn't look like he's got a waist joint, but legs, knees, probably a head joint, so he's got a couple things. Luigi, same articulation, but with Peach, probably just twist the head. She does have some shoulder joints, as if you can see here. There's the joint that bends, so her arm can go up and down, and she does have some elbow joints. So 2 in the elbow, 2 in the shoulder, 1 for the head. Those are 5 points of articulation. So the dress is probably just a solid piece of plastic. Actually, it is. I forgot we could see it on the back, so I'm not even sure if we're able to like see her shoes under the dress. I'm just assuming it's just the dress. But yeah, these are really cool. I'm glad I can add these to my collection. 3 big figures to my video game collection. I brought some friends to compare them with. First and foremost, we are going to compare them with Minecraft Steve. Here we can see that they go together quite well. Minecraft Steve being a little bit smaller, but if you wanted to, you can open them all up and have like a Smash Brothers type universe, and they would go well together. So these look nice. And then we've got two different mascots from the same generation. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever see them in a game together, but here we got Crash and Bandicoot. And I think these guys look pretty good together. As we can see, Crash and Luigi, and they scale well. Crash will probably be a little bit bigger. Yeah, right there. So Crash is a little bit bigger, but he does scale perfectly. Hopefully one day we'll see Crash and Mario in some sort of capacity, but we'll have to wait to see, but it doesn't look too good. And then we've got someone that we've seen in a game or two with Mario. Definitely one for sure, probably a couple others, but we got Sonic the Hedgehog, also made by Jakks Pacific. So of course they will size up well with each other because they're made by the same company. Couple more comparisons. This one kind of fits. I just thought it'd be a fun thing to kind of show off, but it is the SH Figuarts Pac-Man coming in with Mario and Luigi, and we'll get a closer one of this. I would say they look pretty good together. Obviously, Pac-Man is a little more bulky with his bulbous head. Yeah, just slightly taller than Mario, and then against Luigi, height's about the same, but obviously Pac-Man's got a little more depth to him, but this is a pretty cool one. And of course, I had to bring some friends from Nintendo. I do have a few Nintendo figures. The first one is Mario's trusted sidekick, besides Luigi. Also comes in green. But we got Yoshi, and this is a single release of Yoshi, who obviously comes in the same line, so they would scale well with each other. And I think Yoshi looks pretty good with them. And last but not least, for comparison, someone, if you watched in the last episode of these monthly figure pickup videos, we've got brand new to my collection from the last episode, and I think this would be a fun one to kind of bring in to compare, obviously, with the movie. They were both prominent characters, but we've got DK Donkey Kong. Now, Donkey Kong's quite large, and the scale is probably pretty accurate, in my opinion. I think it should be just a tad bit smaller. I think this is just a little too big, but as we can see here, here's Mario and DK. And I think they look pretty damn cool together. We're slowly building out that kind of Super Mario cast of characters. On the top of my list right now, I really want to get a Wario, really want to get a Waluigi. I want to get a Diddy Kong for Donkey, a Toad, and I want to start getting some of the villains from Mario, like a Bowser, maybe a Shy Guy. I've seen a Piranha Plant, that was pretty cool. As far as this set goes, I think it's a pretty solid one. You get 3 awesome characters right off the bat, and if you're looking to build out a video game collection, I think this would be a good start, because like I said, right off the bat, you get 3 of the main characters from the Super Mario world, and I think the figures look very solid. And I have one more addition for my video game collection, which I think is pretty cool, because usually I get like one figure at a time for this. Video game figures are hard to come by, especially me, where I have a specific criteria, I have a specific look that I want from the characters. I have certain characters that I want or prioritize over others. But when I went to the toy show, I saw this guy, and I've been looking for video game figures for the past few times I've went to these toy shows. It's like at the top of my list. I make a list of stuff that I look for, because I know I'm going to see Marvel Legends. I know I'm going to see DC Multiverse. I know I'm going to see wrestling. I'm trying to find like the hard stuff. I'm trying to find the retro Transformers Beast Wars figures. I'm trying to find the SH Figuarts for Dragon Ball. And most importantly, I try and find cool video game figures. Because at these conventions, usually you'll find like one, just, you really got to look for it, but you'll find like a figure or two that's like, oh my god, that's really cool. And I managed to find one of those. And it's for a game that I'm somewhat familiar with. I think I played one of the games. I think I played the first one. There's been 4 or 5. There was a point I was really into the esports. Like there was one weekend where I was really into this esport, and I was like, oh my god, I think I love this game. This is so much fun to watch. But the character that I got, the character from the game, whatever, I'll just introduce it. Hailing from the Gears of War, we've got the main character, we've got Marcus Phoenix. I saw this and I had to pick it up. Now, I saw it on the shelf and I asked the guy, I'm like, oh my god, can I see that figure? And he's like, yeah, take a look. And I really thought about it, and I even did some research. I take the figure back, I'm going to do some research on my phone. So I got on my phone and I was looking up Gears of War figures. And I knew the name Marcus Phoenix. I knew he was one of the main characters. I thought there was a second guy, and I believe there is, but I'm not too sure his name. But I knew Marcus Phoenix. He was like the main guy of Gears of War. So He was the one I kind of had my eye on. And he had a couple other Gears of War figures, but it was more so the monsters. And I'm not too interested in those yet, potentially, maybe down the line. But right now, I'd rather pick up Marcus Phoenix if, that's going to be my option. I think one of the coolest things about this figure, for me as a toy collector, I collect from all different brands. Like, I don't have a specific brand. Specific lines I collect, like McFarlane's DC Multiverse or Power Rangers Lightning Collection, for example, where I just collect stuff from the Lightning Collection. With the video game figures, it's kind of whatever. I've got video game figures made by McFarlane, by Hasbro, by Jakks Pacific, Loyal Subjects, McFarlane, Super 7, different big lines. But I would have to say this is my first ever figure from NECA. I've always heard good stuff about NECA. They make the turtles. That's, their biggest thing. This is just another cool milestone for me personally where, I own a lot of figures from a lot of different companies, but I've never had a NECA figure. And now I finally have a NECA figure to add to my collection. And it is the Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War. So just another cool layer on top of this already pretty awesome figure. So without further ado, let's break down this figure. I believe this is his look from Gears of War. Now we can see the title is Gears of War, but this might be a look from Gears of War 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever they're up to. But I believe it is Gears of War 1. I did a little bit of research and I believe this was the look that he had, and I think the figure looks pretty good. You can't really tell, but it does have some articulation. He's got some joints in the arms, the legs are a little spread out just because he's a pretty bulky dude. We have thigh movement, we've got elbows, shoulders, waist, knees, and I think there's ankles as well. Don't quote me on that one. Sometimes with these video game figures, they can kind of be like statues, where I prefer more, at least have some articulation, and that's why I kind of like this one, where it does have articulation. As you can see here, it says more articulation. I don't know how much, that could be unlimited articulation. I'm not sure. And he comes with some weapons, comes with a little pistol, as we can see here. And this, I believe, is an assault rifle. And of course, it has a chainsaw as well. So really cool looking weapon. And again, we'll break down the box. So here's a top shot of it. Not really missing too much. On the side, we get a nice video game shot of Marcus Phoenix right there. We'll do another clear shot of the front. On this side, we've got another shot of Marcus Phoenix, which I like because usually with figures, they'll reuse the same shot. They'll either have this on both sides, but it's pretty cool that they put two different pictures on both sides. So here we get an action shot of him killing somebody. On the back, we have a nice little shot of him there looking very menacing. And here's some little action shots that you can do with him. And we'll read the little description. We got Marcus Phoenix. Established himself as a war hero during the Pendulum Wars. He was on the fast track to an outstanding military career until the monstrous Locust Horde emerged from the underground. Now leading Delta Squad, he simply fights for survival. Damn. Super badass. So here are some other figures in the wave. I believe this is the other guy that's his partner, that's his main partner. I could be wrong on that. Don't know his name by any chance, but I believe that is his kind of co-op buddy. Because when I think Gears of War, I think co-op. I think two-player co-op. And I think some of the later games had four-player co-op, but I think for the first couple games, at least the first one in particular that I can remember, had co-op. And I believe this was his buddy. Don't know his name, but as we can see some other monsters and some other members of his team. I'm assuming they're members of his team. I could be wrong. And on the bottom, something that I think is actually really cool is they actually acknowledge all the people that have put work into this figure, where we've got product development, sculpt, fabrication, paint, prototypes, photography, and packaging. I just think that's a really cool thing. For them to shout out everyone that had a part to play in making this figure, that's just a really cool thing. So shout out to NECA for that. And I believe these are some of the people that made the game and had something to do with that, so shout out to them as well. But yeah, I think the figure overall looks pretty sweet. It's an awesome addition to my video game collection. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm not the biggest Gears of War fan. I did play the first game. I remember there was one weekend, I was quite young, my uncle, we went to a cottage, borrowed from a buddy of his at work, an Xbox 360, and one of the games that came with it was Gears of War. We played it for a little bit, we played some split-screen co-op. I enjoyed what I played, he didn't really enjoy himself, so we ended up moving on to another game, but the little bit that I did play, I enjoyed. And also, I did watch some competitive Gears of War once upon a time. There was just one weekend, I don't know why, I was just on Twitch, And this was at a time when Twitch was a little bit smaller, and almost every weekend there was some sort of gaming tournament. There was a CSGO tournament, Call of Duty, League of Legends, Dota. I didn't really follow all those games. I followed some of them. And there was Halo was another one. And one weekend they were advertising on the front page of Twitch was a Gears of War MLG competition. And I watched it and I was like, holy shit, this game is actually quite awesome. Because, you know, I'm watching the game being played by some of the best players ever. So I really enjoyed that. I was really into Gears of War for one hot weekend. And I remember that quite vividly. So it's really cool to add this to my collection. I did bring a figure to kind of scale him up with. And I brought Krieg from Borderlands. This is by McFarlane. I believe they're both in the same scale of a 7-inch figure. I think they look pretty solid together, but this is just a fun comparison to bring in. Another fun comparison to bring in would be someone that's completely the opposites of Gears of War. You know, Gears of War, blood, killing, stuff like that. And then you got Mario here, who's all rainbows, sunshines, and mushrooms. Two cool additions to my video game collection. This one I was going to get it eventually. This one I just lucked up on at the toy convention. So really cool to get this one. Super happy about that. Maybe we'll get some more Gears of War figure. I don't know. I've done some more research after getting this one. That NECA has quite the history of doing video game figures. I saw BioShock. I saw Team Fortress. There were some cool Team Fortress figures. Gears of War. I believe I saw Assassin's Creed. There were some weird ones in there as well where it's like, oh my god, that game was big enough to get figures. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, I look forward to kind of delving more into NECA, especially their video game products. Really cool to have this to my collection, both of them to add to my collection. Really happy with both of them. All right, next we're going to be moving on to Marvel Legends, and got some pretty cool additions here. Some that I got at the toy show that I wasn't expecting to see, so those were really cool, some hard to find ones. We're going to start out with a newer release. Actually, if you watched the last episode, you know, we showed off Baron von Strucker, and coming in from the same wave, I'm very surprised. I ordered these at the same time, so I don't know why they got shipped out separately at later dates, where we got Baron von Strucker first, and then I got this next character at a later date. Whatever, we're just going to introduce them. Starting us off, we've got the Orb, Marvel's The Orb. Now, usually when I do these figure videos, I usually save the unboxing one for last, but this is the only one that we have to unbox. And honestly, out of all four of the figures that I've got additions for, this is the one I have no idea about the most. If I had to say, I would assume he's a Ghost Rider villain, even though it says Avengers here. So it kind of makes him out to be an Avengers villain, but I just think it's there because it's an Avengers wave. But I believe he is a Ghost Rider villain. He looks weird enough to be, and on the side here we see him riding a motorcycle, so maybe he was another stunt performer, similar to Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, I don't know, and there's no description, so we don't know any information about him. I'm just going off looks completely, and just judging by this guy with an eyeball for a head. It just screams supernatural. That means, you know, one of two things. It's going to be a Ghost Rider character, or maybe a Doctor Strange character. But I'm going to go Ghost Rider just on the shot alone here on the motorcycle. He does come in the same wave as Baron von Strucker, as we can see here. If you're interested in the Baron von Strucker, go watch the last episode. So here's the Build-A-Figure wave, Puff Adder, and of course with Baron von Strucker, we got the leg, his right leg, the left leg here in the picture, and with the Orb, we also get the right arm. Some might say we have all the right pieces. Hardy har har har. But yeah, I just happen to have the arm and the leg. No rhyme or reason. Those are just the two characters that I wanted to pick up from this wave. We can see a nice shot here of Marvel's The Orb. We saw the shot on the side here. On top, the Avengers logo. Nice little shot of him here riding a motorcycle. On the bottom, boring stuff. And on the back, we can see all the accessories he's supposed to come with. And I've got to say, I don't know if they're not including it or whatnot, but just a gun for an accessory, no extra set of hands. That's kind of lame there, but we do get the Build-A-Figure piece, so that kind of makes up for it. But in terms of accessories, kind of lacking, but maybe they just didn't add it to the box. We're going to open it up and find out. So without further ado, we're going to cut on this side because I'm going to display him like this on my shelf. And on this side, no one can see that I have opened it. Here's the Orb, who we'll unbox here in a second. We've got some instructions, which we don't need. And we've got the bag of accessories, which I think they were very accurate with what was on the back of the box. So without further ado, I'm going to unbox everything, and then we'll take a look at everything that comes in the box. So here we've got the bicep for Puff Adder, looking very, very jacked. I would hope so with how big he is. And not really much to say. It is just one buff arm, buff hand. He does come with an extra hand. It's funny that he gets a hand and the orb does not. But we will pop this on. Actually, you could possibly even use this for a Hulk hand if you want to. If you're looking for some extra set of hands for the Hulk, this might work depending on the skin tone. We took out the fisted hand. Came out quite easily, and here we have this hand. Now, this hand can only move like side to side. It's really weird. Yeah, it's, you know, he's making that motion. Okay, with his wrist. You know what he's doing. Yeah, cool if I decide to build him. The other accessory in the bag, or in the box, whatever you want to say, is this little pistol gun. And it's just a little... Oh, we actually got some detailing, some color here on the gun. They actually colored the inside in, which I thought is a pretty cool addition. I don't know if it's... I think you could put a blast effect piece in here. Do I have any sharp pokey thing? I have my little knife. Yeah, it does have some depth to it, so you could probably put a blast effect piece in here, but they didn't provide us with one. But maybe they were just thinking ahead. But as far as the gun itself, I think it looks not bad. This seems like a unique gun. I don't think I've seen it with any other figures that I own. So that's always a cool little touch, getting a new accessory. Here we have the orb, and he looks pretty awesome. Like, the head alone is a nice, cool touch. Ooh, it even has a different feel for the iris. Feels weird. It's got a texture to it. I don't know how to describe it, but it makes me feel weird things. And then we've got some veins for the eye, and on the back of the eye is nothing. It's just a solid white. You know, we'll get a nice shot of him. Boom, turning him around. Not too much detail on the back. Would have been cool if they added a few stars along the back of the blue, similar to what they did to the front. That would have been a cool little touch. But yeah, the body's nothing crazy. These are legs that I feel like we've seen on 100 different characters. Articulation is all the same. Leg. Oh, let's do a split test. Split test is pretty good. I would say he passes. If you look closely here on the boots, you can see that they're textured here. It's got some lines to it. It's been through some stuff. So articulation is pretty standard for the figure. Continuing to show it off with the legs and stuff. Nice little belt here, filled with whatever he has. I'm assuming it's just eye drops in every single pouch of his. Just always has backup. Good ab crunch, forward and backward. So that's pretty cool. Arms and stuff, regular double jointed elbows here. Something I wanted to try with him is seeing if we can pull his head off. And it can. It comes off quite easily. So this is a nice little eyeball you can use for somebody. I don't know what you would do with this. I'm sure there's some other things you could use this eyeball for. Actually, this little piece here is not sculpted. I thought it was sculpted onto the collar, but you can actually remove it, and we'll see what it looks like with the collar removed. I think I kind of like it more, because it kind of makes him seem human, like he's kind of like a weird supervillain, where, you know, there's a guy under this mask, helmet. I don't know what the hell this is. Maybe this is just his actual head, but we'll put on the collared shirt. Actually, I kind of like it with the collar too. I'm indifferent. I like both of them. I thought I was going to like one more than the other, but yeah, I think it looks pretty solid. Pretty cool figure. We'll put his gun in, obviously in his gun hand. Actually, you could put it in this hand too, but we'll put it in the trigger hand. So here he is with his laser gun, his pew 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 gun. And I gotta say, even though it's kind of a simple figure, and there's really not too much to him, I kind of like it. Like, he's just so weird. I gotta learn more about him. I'm gonna do some research after this, but yeah, cool figure. I like this one a lot. This is one of those, you know, like I mentioned earlier, I typically wouldn't buy a character like this, or I'd wait till it's like super discounted, but I'm glad I picked it up. And he's always watching you. The rest of the Marvel Legend figures I'm going to be showing off are all going to be staying in package. That was the only one that we're going to be opening up. That was the plastic-free packaging, the orb. The first figure I'm going to show off, this one I found at the toy show, and this was one that I've wanted for quite some time. It's not the coolest figure, and honestly, when I show you, it's probably not going to blow you away like, oh my god, you got that person? But honestly, as a Spider-Man fan, I wanted to get this character eventually, and I'm glad I finally got a chance to, and it is the Jackal. Now, this is not a villain that's going to pop out to you. You know, when you think of Spider-Man villains, Jackal might be in the top 25, maybe even top 30. But for a good portion, and I think it was the early 90s, he was a kind of big-time player, you know, all the clone stuff. Clone Gwen Stacy, clone Peter Parker. That all came from this guy. He started all that conundrum. Now, in recent times, I don't think he's played as big a role. I don't really remember him in any TV shows. He was never in like the animated show that I can remember. He's never been in a movie. As far as like comic book stuff, I don't think he's been in anything recently. Could be wrong on that one, not too sure. But he's kind of one of those forgotten Spider-Man villains. And when I saw this at the toy show, it was for a really good price. And I was like, dude, I got to pick this up. I got to add this to my Spider-Man collection. This is just too cool to pass up. Unfortunately, he doesn't come with too many accessories. He actually doesn't really come with any accessories at all. He just comes with a Build-A-Figure piece. Now, when I say accessories, I think more hands, head, maybe like a weapon of some sort. I don't really consider the Build-A-Figure piece an accessory, but it kind of is. But yeah, the Jackal himself, I think it looks pretty good. I don't really have any complaints about it. Just the lack of hands, I would say, would be like the only thing. I think this would be a really cool figure to bring with a beaker, to kind of have a beaker as an accessory where, you know, he does all these science experiments and constantly doing tests and stuff. And I think a beaker would have been a cool addition for him. But yeah, other than that, really lacking in the accessories, but I think the figure looks pretty good. Like, it looks kind of plain, but, you know, that's kind of what he is. We'll show off the box real quick. So on top, we got a Spider-Man logo. On the side, we got a nice shot of the Jackal. On the other side, the same thing. Same picture of him. On the bottom, boring stuff. And on the back, we can see the other people in the wave. And, of course, the Build-A-Figure piece that he comes with is for Sandman. And there's Sandman fully built with all his pieces. Looking pretty awesome. We'll read the quick description of him here. Sharp claws, pointed ears, and super speed turn Miles Warren into the supervillain known as the Jackal. Like I said, this isn't really a character that people really think of as a Spider-Man villain. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, people, if they were to do a Spider-Man tier list, he might even get left out because people don't even remember him. But there was just a deep cut that I had to get for my Spider-Man collection. I'm trying to get all those villains. And I brought a little friend here that he's quite familiar with that I think look good next to him. And it is Gwen Stacy. Now, this is the Spider-Gwen version of her, but obviously, like I mentioned earlier, the whole cloning stuff. In the comics, he cloned her. He was actually obsessed with her, and it just went really deep. So these two characters have a lot of history. Not this interpretation of her specifically, but like I said, this is the only version of Gwen Stacy that I had, so I just thought I'd bring her along to compare her against Jackal. But yeah, super deep cut for my Spider-Man collection. Super happy to have this one. So this next Marvel Legend that I picked up at the toy show as well, and this was one that I've had my eye on for quite some time. It's a character I'm not too familiar with, but I really like their design, which is pretty weird because I don't really like the theme. I'll explain more when I bring out the character. We'll just introduce him. The character that I picked up at the toy show for a steal. It was pretty great, and I'll explain why I got it for a steal too. It is the Marvel Legends figure. I don't really have any hype for him, but it is the Black Knight. To be honest, it is a character I am not too familiar with. The reason I'm even excited for it is kind of weird because I'm not really a fan of like medieval setting type things like dragons and knights and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't really appeal to me, like Game of Thrones, none of that. It does nothing for me. But this character I just find to look so cool. Like if we take a close-up look at him, He comes with a bunch of cool accessories, which is pretty awesome because, we just saw Jackal, which came with almost nothing. And then we got the Black Knight here, who comes with, a figure just decked out in a bunch of cool armor, comes with his ebony sword, and comes with not one, but 2 heads, 3 heads in total. That's just absolutely crazy to see. You don't get that too often with characters. So that alone, I think, is just such a cool thing with this. He does come with a Build-A-Figure piece, which is some Avengers character. It is called Obsidian. I couldn't remember the character's name. But this is one of the villains from the MCU movie. One of Thanos' henchmen in the movie, Endgame and Infinity War. I'm not sure if he appeared in any other ones, any other Marvel movies, but I know those 2 for sure. But yeah, anyways, enough about him. Back to Black Knight. So on top of not really digging night themes and stuff like that, I really am not too familiar with this character. I've heard the name quite a bit, but I've never read a story with him at all, so I'm not too familiar with the character, but he does seem pretty cool. And one of the cool things about picking him up, and I knew I would pick him up sooner rather than later because I believe it was in March, they had the Marvel Legends stream, the fan stream, where they announced a bunch of different new products coming out, and one of those products was a new Black Knight figure, and for that, he comes in like this coat version. I think he's part of like the West Coast Avengers, don't quote me on that, like I said, I'm not too familiar with him. But whenever characters are kind of re-released, the original figure, because like this was the only version of him, the original figures, they go down in price quite significantly. To get this figure, I would say you're probably in the ballpark of like 80 to $100, somewhere around there. And for this, I didn't pay that, which is pretty awesome. And to even find it was super cool. But like I said, once a new version's announced, the old ones typically become more available, and they become more available for a better price. So that's kind of what happened in here, and I was super happy to pick them up. Like I said, I really dig the look. I really dig the 3 heads. I think they all look pretty cool. I especially like the one that he comes with. I'm assuming they might be wings of some sort because there is a bird on his chest. So I'm not too sure, but there is also a bird on that helmet. And then here is more of a plain helmet. I believe this is actually the head that comes with the new figure that's going to be coming out in that 2-pack. I believe it looked very similar to that, but of course he also comes with the ebony sword. And this is another character I wanted to pick up sooner than later because this is going to be a little bit of a spoiler. But if you watch the Eternals movie, if you're one of the 10 people that watched it, there's a post-credit scene where he is teased. I don't know if he has a role throughout the whole movie, but at the end, the character comes into contact with the ebony sword, ebony blade, I'm not sure what it's called, is setting it up to, bring the Black Knight into the Marvel universe or the MCU, and there was rumors that he's going to be tied into the Blade movie, which is supposed to be filming sometime here soon. Hopefully, I saw that it was like delayed or something, or director left. I don't remember. I try not to keep up with that shit unless it's like actually being filmed. It's like, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about all the news and stuff coming out? Because things just change on a daily basis. So the fact that he might be included in the new Blade movie that's supposed to be coming out is pretty cool. I'm not sure if that's still what's set in stone, but that's kind of what was teased before with the original plans. But like I said, I'm not sure if they're keeping that. So happy to pick this guy up. We'll show off the box. So we showed off the figure. A lot of cool detail in the armor. He's got his little chainmail on. Looking pretty cool. There is the ebony sword, ebony blade. Not sure what it is. Let's read the back, see if it describes it or tells us what it's called. An expert horseman and superior swordsman, Black Knight has a checkered history as a powerful combatant with no clear allegiances. So I don't know if he's a bad guy and a good guy. I think he's mainly associated as a good guy, like Avenger-wise. That kind of seems like he could have played a villain in the past. Don't know 100%, but this is definitely a character I want to look into more, especially with the orb too. Want to look into and get a better feel for the character himself. So we'll show off the box. On top, we've got the Avengers logo. Here is a nice shot of the front of it, which, we've seen, but, nice little shot there. On the side, we got a nice shot of him holding his sword. And on the other side, we got the exact same photo. Pretty cool. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. And on the back, there's the wave that he comes with, and a nice little shot of him holding the sword. So pretty cool to have this in my collection. Glad to have this. Like I said, it's kind of like a deep cut for the Avengers roster, so this is a nice addition. And yeah, not too much to say about him, but I really like how the figure turned out. I'm very happy to have this in my collection. And last but not least, for the Marvel Legends, I got one final edition, and this is a character I've been wanting for quite some time, not only as an X-Men fan, but I just think this character is pretty cool, and I'm just going to introduce her real quick. It is on the fantastic retro card. Love me some retro card. Coming in from Mojo World, we've got the X-Men villain known as Spiral. Now, she is an X-Men villain, but there have also been times where she's kind of been a friend of the X-Men. I remember there was a series going on, I want to say 2015, around there, where I don't remember if it was X-Force or Uncanny X-Men. It was some sub-X-Men team, and Spiral was on a team with like Storm, Psylocke, Puck, I think Forge or Bishop, I don't remember which one. And she was kind of a good guy, so it was pretty cool to see. But yeah, Spiral, longtime X-Men villain, always very closely associated with Mojo, who unfortunately I don't have in my collection yet. I still need to pick up that newer figure that they released not too long ago. But the Spiral itself, I think, looks pretty awesome. Like this, I was always wondering how they would do the 6 arms, and it looks like they did quite a good job, where they got the 2 in front and they got the 6 arm kind of protruding in the back there. It's kind of hard to see with the plastic, but as you can kind of see here, arm 1, arm 2, and arm 3 is kind of tucked in the back there. So I'm not sure what kind of articulation each of the arms has. I'm assuming some of them have very limited movement with, you know, to balance the other arms, but for all the accessories and just the figure itself to kind of come at like the price point that it comes at is pretty awesome, because they could have easily thrown this on like a deluxe package and been like, yeah, you know, for the accessories and the extra arms and the extra tooling that we had to put in, we're charging, you know, no pun intended, an arm and a leg. Well, 2 arms in this case. But it was nice that they kind of packaged it all in one thing for a nice little price, so pretty happy with that one. Shout out to Hasbro, you killed it with this one. And of course, with all 6 arms, there has to come a lot of accessories, and we've got 4 katanas here, 2 up here, 2 down here, then we got some special kind of sword. I believe I've seen this with like a Loki figure. I'm sure this is kind of like a default sword that they kind of pre-package with people. And then we also have a battle axe of sorts, I think that would kind of be. It probably has an official like medieval type name that I'm not sure, but I'm just gonna call it like a battle axe kind of thing. But yeah, for real, I gotta say, like, they really killed it with this figure. Everything included, accessories, the 6 arms. I think the head sculpt looks pretty awesome. That's just how she looks with the no pupils, as we can see here. And we also get an extra set of hands. Well, 2 sets for the 6 arms. I'm assuming they're all kind of interchangeable. Actually, now that I look at something, it's kind of weird that they only gave us left hands, where the right gets nothing. Just a weird little thing I noticed, but I don't know why we didn't get any right hands. Whatever the case may be, I think it's still fine. But we'll just take a look at the packaging here. So, of course, on the beautiful retro card, big fan of this one. And just a big fan to finally get Spiral. Happy about that. Looking awesome. And not really much to show off, because the retro card doesn't really have anything to show off. It's just front and back, but we'll show off the sides like I typically do. And there we got some instructions. I mean, this is the kind of figure, like, if you were to give to a kid, they might actually need the instructions, because, like, my God, there's so much going on here. So I find it funny with this one. And here we have the back. And we'll just read her description real quick. Spiral, Mojo's deadly enforcer, possesses additional cybernetic limbs, powerful mystic abilities, and a deep enmity. I've never seen that word. I'm going to be honest with you. On my 30 years of being on this earth, I've never seen that word. I'll just say a deep hatred. You know, we'll just replace the word. A deep hatred for her former flame, Longshot. And there we see him there. And I actually brought him in. We'll compare the two in a second, but here's the rest of the wave. and just a nice little shot of the back. I'm actually quite a fan of this whole wave. I think they did a really good job. The Dark Phoenix is pretty cool. I haven't picked it up yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to. I'm kind of on the fence about it. And then, you know, we've already shown off Longshot and Avalanche before, but I think this is an awesome wave. And I just gotta say, I love when they do the retro card stuff. You know, you guys know how much I love it. I talk about it quite often when we talk about Marvel Legends. It's beautiful. So I mentioned him earlier, and I brought him in. We've got a Longshot here, like we saw on the back, and these are two characters that go hand in hand. When you think of one, you think of the other. And there's also another character, like I mentioned earlier, Mojo. Don't have him yet, but when I do, I will have kind of the complete Mojo world set of sorts. Super happy about Spiral. We're going to put away Longshot. But yeah, I just think they really, really killed it with this figure. And I'm super happy with it. Like, I really have no negative things to say. The figure itself, I think, looks absolutely incredible. And this is an excellent addition to my X-Men collection. Next, we're going to be jumping into wrestling. Now, the past few months that I've been doing these figure videos, wrestling has gotten a lot of additions. This was kind of a quieter month. Got a couple different additions. We've got 2 regular Mattel releases. No AEW figures this month, unfortunately, or no other company. We'll talk about more about that in the news section, or actually pre-order. We'll talk about that, some other company in the pre-order section. But anyways, yeah, it's all Mattel Elite style stuff. So we got 2 editions from Mattel, from their like Elite waves and stuff like that. I got my first ever Ultimate figure, which I was super excited about, and I got a couple customs, some stuff I ordered, and one that I bought. So we're going to start with the Elite figure. I haven't taken this out of package. I'm still debating if I kind of want it or not. This isn't a character I was kind of clamoring for. There was one reason I wanted to get this character, and it was because of the title that it came with. And the figure I am talking about is WWE Elite 100 Andre the Giant, and this just happens to be the chase. It's not something I was interested in. I got this off my toy guy, and I was like, I want the figure. I'm not too interested in the chase, so if somebody else wants to buy it, that's fine. He's like, this is the only one I got, so I'll just give you this. So this is the chase version, where he comes with a teal jacket and a pink shirt. I'm not sure what the regular version comes with, but that's not really here or there. But yeah, the big thing I wanted this figure for is the title that he came with, which I just think looks really, really cool. And it is this title here. It is a former world title that they used for the WWE Championship at one point. And I just think it looks awesome. As much as I'm a fan of collecting the figures and stuff like that, I'm also a fan of collecting these belts. We're going to remove Andre for a second. Whenever I see a belt that I don't have, or, you know, a new belt, actually there's some new belts that we'll talk about in this wave as well. I didn't pick up now, but I've kind of got my eye on them. And this was the first one I picked up, the Andre the Giant belt. I don't want to call it that. This is the former world title at one point. I think this is just an awesome looking design. It really looks like a world championship. I'm going to unstrap it here. It is a larger title. With it being a larger title, I feel like this is kind of weak, these holes and stuff. So I'm kind of careful about how I kind of snap them in and take them out. I just feel like they're going to break it at some point. So here it is unstrapped, and it is a larger title. I did bring a title to kind of compare it with. I've got the WWE ECW title. If you want to see more about this, go check out the last episodes. As you can see, it's quite longer. I would say this is kind of the typical size for the WWE Mattel belts that they release. And this one is an extra oversized belt, obviously to accommodate Andre the Giant, who is a very large dude. And just a little cool touch that they did with the belt. So it is much, much larger on a regular figure. I did bring someone to show him off with. So here we got Eddie Guerrero. And as you can see with him holding the title, it does come down quite a bit in the front, but it is such a nice looking title. Like, I really, really like it. We're going to say goodbye to Eddie. Yeah, I just really, really like this title. I like the details on it. I think it just looks awesome. I'm just a really big fan. I really like this title. It just looks like a world championship to me. I thought it came with a black strap, but it actually comes with a blue strap. Kind of caught me off guard at first, but you know, I've slowly grown to like it. And we will take a look at the back. Just a plain backing here. And one little cool thing that they did that they don't really do too often is they painted the little belt here. Just painted the silver, like, piece. I don't think I've ever seen that done for most... Actually, no, they did it for the NXT title that we showed off in the last episode. But it's not something that they do quite often, where it's just typically kind of black at the ends and they don't really add this piece. But I think this is a nice little touch. I think the title looks awesome. I'm a really big fan of it. We'll put it away for now. We'll talk about the Andre. But yeah, here is Andre looking very, very large. Actually, we'll bring back Eddie. So there's the Giants, Andre. And I would say about here is where their feet match. So quite large. I'll also get a close-up. So feet... Actually, let me do front to back. Feet to feet. And that's where Eddie kind of sizes up with Andre chest. I think the figure does look good. Honestly, I probably should have waited for the Ultimate figure of Andre, which is coming out very soon. Ultimate Wave 17, I believe it is. Where instead of him coming with the suit, he comes in his regular singlet. And it also comes with the title, this title here. So I probably should have waited for the Ultimate figure, because for me, I've mentioned this before with wrestling figures, I don't really typically like the streetwear look for wrestlers. It just doesn't do anything for me. Probably going to keep it and take it out of box like I do with the rest of my wrestling figures, but I kind of left it in because I just wanted to show off the Elite 100 box. So of course this is Elite 100. For Wave 100, they did a special box, which looks pretty awesome. They got a special artist to come in. I believe he's credited here, Jonathan Bartlett. We'll talk about that in a second. But each person has their own customized box. So as we can see right here, here's Andre. And in the back, we have his handprint, a very large handprint. And they put that in the background, which I think is pretty cool. Nice little stylized version of Andre here. Here's a bigger version of that. And a nice little shot of him on the back. So looking pretty awesome. And each person, like I said, has their own individual boxing where, you know, when you get an Elite figure, all the boxes are the same. But with this, you know, they wanted to do something special. So each figure has their own different backing and different portraits and different color schemes and stuff like that. So just a nice little cool touch for Elite 100. They wanted to do something special and it's very appreciated. I'll just show off the box real quick. There we see Elite 100. Andre the Giant. On the side, there's another shot of Andre. Bottom's got some boring stuff. Here we see the certified authentic sticker. Andre the Giant again. Top. And on the back. There we go. So here's the rest of the wave. We got Andre, Ray, Rock, Becky, Cena, and Stunning Steve Austin. And if you're not aware, Elite 100, every person in this wave comes with the title belt. A couple first time evers. First time we get the WCW Cruiserweight title, and the first time we get the NWA TV title. And it looks really nice in the silver and the red. Really like that a lot. All the other titles we've gotten at some point. The Brahma Bull title we don't get too often, so that's a cool one. And the spinner belt as well. I'm thinking about also picking up this Rey Mysterio. I know I just got a Rey Mysterio, but I really want that Cruiserweight title, so I'm probably going to grab that sooner or later. And the Stone Cold Steve Austin, or Stunning Steve Austin, I apologize. Definitely want to grab that belt. I just think it looks really, really cool. Add that to my collection. Another person I've kind of been having my eye on is a Cena. I've seen a lot of Cena figures recently. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't have a nice Cena figure in my collection. So I've been kind of checking out some of the figures that have come out recently and some of the ones that have come out in the past and kind of seeing which one is, you know, the best overall in my opinion. So we might be seeing a John Cena Elite figure here sooner or later. But yeah, overall, very cool figure and very big fan of this title belt. The next figure I got is, like I mentioned earlier, my first ever Ultimate figure. Ultimate figures are something that I've kind of been avoiding for the most part, where, for me, I typically buy the WWE Elite. Not typically, that's all I buy. I buy the WWE Elite style figures. That's just what I prefer. I like the detail, the articulation, everything that comes with it. I think it's like a full package. And then when they announced the Ultimate figures, I was like, damn, those are really cool. But for the Ultimate figures, it's always guys that I've already got figures of. So I've kind of shied away from Ultimate figures a little bit. I wasn't opposed to getting them. I wanted it to be a person that, you know, either I don't have a figure of or it's in this really cool attire. I wanted it to be special. And I finally found that Ultimate figure that was the special one that made me buy one. And it is none other then I would probably say my favorite wrestler, to be honest. You know, I see people talk about this quite often, like, who's your favorite wrestler? I think about that question quite often, and I can never really nail a name. I always talk about people that I enjoy watching, but I can never narrow it down to, like, one person in particular. But one person that I really, really like, probably above all else, been a fan of him since I first laid eyes on him in 2005 when I first watched TNA, and it is the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. And here is his Ultimate figure. First time getting an Ultimate figure. This is Ultimate Wave 16, I believe. Here he is, AJ Styles, and he looks pretty awesome. Pretty awesome is honestly like does not do it justice in my opinion. I really think this is a solid AJ Styles figure. I think this is probably one of the best, just for what you get, the different articulation that it has, the accessories. We get some soft good stuff, heads, hands. It really is the full package, and I think they killed it with this AJ Styles. So we're going to break it down. So I have an AJ Styles already. I have one of his earlier WWE Elite figures. I have this one here. This is from WrestleMania. I don't remember which one. I think this is where he faced Shane McMahon or something like that. But I really like this AJ Styles. More specifically, I like this head, where a lot of his newer figures, you know, they have the longer hair type look. I forgot who he feuded with that mentioned it, the soccer mom hair. And after they mentioned that, I cannot stop seeing him as like having that soccer mom haircut, so it just really annoys me. But this is when AJ kind of first debuted in WWE, so I like the short hair on him, and I really like the attire. The red, the blue, the black, the white, I think they all go together. And it's very similar to this, which has the white, the blue, and the black, and I think this is just an awesome color scheme. Honestly, I really like this attire. We'll talk about this AJ later. I really like this attire because it kind of reminds me of his time in TNA. This just kind of seems like something that he wore during that time. I really like how this turned out. So let's break down the figure. Here is AJ looking absolutely awesome. So he comes with a couple things, couple cloth goods, kind of. So the first thing he comes with is the vest, which is rubber and awesome detailing on it. We will take it off him in a second. But it also comes with a cloth hood so he can do his entrance. You know, he comes with the hood and then whoosh, get ready to fly. I know that's not his entrance, that's more his TNA stuff. Just a super dope little detail that they included. Really like that one a lot. So we'll take off his vest real quick. So we'll take another look at the vest again. So nicely detailed with the little studs and stuff. P1 on the back. Not sure what the Japanese letters say. He's also got a bunch of Japanese lettering on his gear. Not sure what any of it says. Maybe someone in the comments can translate for me. But there is his vest looking awesome. And of course, like I said, the cloth hoodie. Nice little touch. So that is an awesome accessory. And he also comes with this shirt. You know, just a regular kind of Mattel shirt with the Velcro on the back. But I think this one looks quite awesome. Phenomenal forever. Absolutely. Couldn't agree with that more. We're going to take this off. Here is AJ himself. Now, he is a lot bigger than his Elite figure, which kind of caught me off guard at first, where you see this Elite figure and it's kind of dinky. You know, he's got a smaller body. And then you get this AJ and it's like, dude, oh my God, he's a super jack, thick guy. At first, like, it was a little jarring. It was something to kind of get used to, but I've kind of gotten used to it. And with the Ultimate figures, there are some different articulation, different from the Elite, which we will compare. Obviously, one of the big ones is the butterfly joints here, where the Ultimate figures do not have that. They just have the arms that go up and down and rotate and stuff like that. But you do get some more movement with the Ultimate figures. And the ab crunch as well. So there's the ab crunch for the Elite and the ab crunch for the Ultimate figure. And he does all the typical stuff that the Elite can do, just more, because this is the Ultimate version of AJ. So here we got some nice details, some little wrist things, wrist gauntlets. I don't know what you would call these. I think they're just part of the glove, but they say Styles on one hand, and it says Styles on the other. And the gloves look very good, has this phenomenal logo. One of the cool things that this figure can do is it has drop-down hips, where if we take his leg and bring it down, Got an extra little movement piece for him so he can do a lot of more articulation. Probably easier to put people in the styles clash, stuff like that. Or even when you're doing figure photography, if you really want to get like up here, like you want to pose them. We'll be showing this pose off later on with something else. But if you want to do the phenomenal forearm, you know, you can really get up with that leg. So nice little detail there. And then if you don't want to use it, just pop them back up. So there it is down, and then boom, back up. One added articulation that the Ultimate figures have that the Elites don't is the little toe articulation here, which is a nice little detail. It doesn't really bother or affect me, but for people that like articulation, you can do that kind of stuff. So just a couple little poses with there, and there's still more. So also with the AJ figure, because this is the Ultimate Edition, like I mentioned, this is the Ultimate AJ Styles figure. If you're going to buy one AJ Styles figure in your life, it's probably going to be this one, right? Because you want the Ultimate version of him. So here is the box for the Ultimate figures. I actually really like this. I've never kind of held one in a hand. So here's a couple things that he comes with. He comes with 2 extra sets of hands. Obviously, these ones are for his entrance, and these are some fisted hands on top of the gripping hands that he already comes with. I just left these in the box because if I took them out, I'd probably like misplaced them, so I'm just like, I'm gonna keep them in the box. I'll take them out after the video, but just so they're here. And here's where his vest went, and there's the hoodie, and then his shirt. Here's where the figure went, and there's also 2 extra pieces that we will talk about in a second. We just saw what the Elite box looks like, and now we can see what the Ultimate box looks like. So here it is, Ultimate Edition. Very nice. I like the red and the white. On this side, nice shot of AJ. Bottom, some boring stuff. AJ Styles. On top, another AJ Styles, his name. And on the back, we see a nice shot of the figure in action, some of his accolades and stats, and here's a nice shot of him from WrestleMania. Where's this from? So it doesn't mention what pay-per-view this is from, but I believe this is a WrestleMania gear. Actually, we can see right here, WrestleMania. I'm not sure which one or who it was against. Maybe, I think this might have been against Shinsuke. But yeah, cool looking box. Really like this one. And yeah, a nice overall package for the Ultimate figure, but we're not done. Like I mentioned, there are 2 more accessories that came in the box to round this AJ Styles figure out. So on top of having 2 hands, the cloth goods shirt, the AJ Styles with all the articulation that you would want, awesome attire, he also comes with 2 extra heads. So as we can see here, it's basically the same head as that one, except he's got a little grin on his face. And one of the cooler heads that he comes with is a little action shot here of him flying. As we saw in the back, him doing the phenomenal forearm. He's got a lot of long hair when he's up in the sky flying. It's all over the place, and they encapsulated that by making it into a figure. And I think it looks pretty good. It does look a little weird. It does take some getting used to, but just a really cool touch, to be honest. And we will be trying all these heads on. But yeah, overall, for my first ever Ultimate figure, I am super happy with it. I don't know whose Ultimate figure I'll pick up next, but it'll have to be somebody special. Actually, I kind of have my eyes on the RVD Ultimate that's kind of coming out soon. So maybe that might be the next one. There might be another one that kind of pops up on my radar where I'm like, oh shit, that's cool. But here we can see the grinning head. Pretty good. And like I said, his other head was just very monotone looking face. And now we will try the action head. This one did give me a little bit of trouble to put on, but we managed to do that. All right, this head took me a little bit to put on as well. I really had to press it down. But here we have AJ Styles going up for the phenomenal forearm on whoever he's facing. Just a nice little shot for some figure photography. You know, some people have those little stands, those clear stands, so you can hold them up. Maybe you can do a little action shot. Unfortunately, I don't have any of those, but I'll just hold them up here. And boom, coming down with the phenomenal forearm. So, yeah, really happy with this figure, honestly. My first ever Ultimate figure, and I couldn't pick a better person than AJ Styles. He is phenomenal. Truly love him ever since I first saw him in the ring. I remember the first episode of Impact. The first match was Roderick Strong versus AJ Styles. That was the first episode of Impact on Spike TV. And ever since then, I've just been a fan. I've seen his work in Japan and Ring of Honor and on the Indies and, of course, WWE and stuff. I remember when he left TNA and I was kind of like, oh my God, this is a big loss for both of these. Like, I wasn't really worried about AJ. Well, a slight bit, because I'm like, I don't know if he's going to go to WWE. But this is a big loss for TNA for sure. I still stand by that. When they lost him, I thought it was huge. You have your staple guy, homegrown talent from the beginning, leaving your company. Like, that's just crazy, and then obviously he did well for himself, went to Ring of Honor, New Japan, became the New Japan IWGP champion, had a great run there, obviously with the Bullet Club too, and then coming to WWE, and he succeeded where I think a lot of people thought he was going to fail. I thought he was going to kind of fail too, where he's kind of like this TNA guy. And I remember when he debuted in WWE at the Royal Rumble, entry number 3 with the Roman Reigns, and they fucked up the camera because they didn't think he was going to get a good reaction. And it was like, what the fuck? You got this huge guy coming in, one of the biggest names on the independent circuit, and just big names in wrestling in general. The show's taking place in Orlando, where he wrestled for fucking 10 years, if not more, in TNA. It's like, the people are going to know who he is, all right? He's AJ fucking Styles. And, anyways, ever since then, he's had a very good run with WWE. Former tag team champion, U.S. champion. I think he's won the IC title. Don't quote me on that. I don't really remember. Multi-time WWE champion. And who knows, maybe the best is still yet to come for AJ Styles. So I wish him nothing but the best. Huge fan of his, and really happy to add this one to my collection. So that was it for actual, official pickups from WWE Mattel. This is WWE line. Now we're going to be moving on to the custom figures, and here we got 3 new customs. 2 of them are orders that I placed, and, I asked this person, hey, can you make these guys? And they said yes. And the other guy that I got was someone was selling, and it was of somebody that I've wanted for the longest time. So this is kind of a really cool get for me. We're going to start with the ones that I ordered. So I placed an order for 2 figures. These are coming from Ivy's Custom Figgies. I will link his Instagram in the description. I've previously ordered 2 figures from him. Well, ordered and bought one because he'd been selling some customs. I previously got the WWE Elite Rosie custom. That was from him. And he's also the same guy that did the Trevor Murdoch custom, if you remember from a couple episodes ago. So I placed another order with them. I was super happy with the first 2 figures that I got from him. And these next 2 figures, I am over the moon. I think they turned out awesome. And the first custom I got from Ivy is... it's a weird one, but, it actually turned out quite awesome. And it is a custom figure of former WWE superstar Simon Dean. I know, this is a weird one. Some people might not even know who this is. But I remember when he first debuted for Raw. And I was watching Raw. And I remember there was this vignette playing. And there was this guy in a gym. And he's helping people work out. And he's promoting his Simon system. When I was watching, I'm like, oh, that kind of makes sense. That's a good sponsor for WWE. Some guy that sells supplements and vitamins and all that kind of stuff, pre-workout. I'm like, oh, that's actually a cool thing. For the wrestlers, they get some free product to help them build muscle and stuff like that, work out, burn fat. And then he started saying stuff that was very, just not something you would think this kind of guy would say, where he just started calling people fat pigs and everyone's out of shape and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, wow, this guy's pretty aggressive in his marketing, And come to find out, it was actually a wrestler. And the way they kind of did the vignettes when he first debuted, it was kind of like an infomercial. You really didn't know. I thought it was just a regular commercial. And then I thought it was a sponsor of the show. And then come to find out, no, he's coming to Raw in a few weeks, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, wow, it's a very interesting vignette, but I kind of like it. And he eventually came to Raw and, he had a decent run of sorts. I don't know. He didn't really do anything of note. Unfortunately, he did win some matches. Just, when anybody debuts on the roster, you got to start them strong. So he did get some wins, but he never won any titles or anything really memorable. The most memorable thing that he did was when Bobby Lashley first debuted in WWE, he had a little feud with him. And I remember they had a match where the loser had to eat 10,000 cheeseburgers or something like that. And I just thought that was kind of funny where, like, Simon Dean, this workout guy, actually 3 moments. I just remembered another one. I just thought it was a weird feud where Bobby Lashley's this huge, super jacked guy, and, you know, Simon Dean's all about working out and stuff. You know, you'd think he would feud with, like, Rikishi or maybe a Rosie, you know, some of the bigger guys on the roster, a Big Show. But to feud with Bobby Lashley, he was kind of your entry-level heel. You know, whenever somebody would debut on, like, SmackDown or Raw, he was later moved to SmackDown. He was just kind of that guy that would just be thrown in matches and kind of gobbled up by the mid-card guys to get some wins. So that was unfortunate, but I think it was a good gimmick. I think a gimmick like that could work today. You know, it's an easy way to get the crowd to turn on you, where you just call everyone fat and overweight and they're all out of shape, and he's, you know, this god, this exercise god. I forgot the Tony Little, I believe his name was, who's this famous, and Richard Simmons, the famous workout guys. And just an easy heel, you know, I'm better than you, look how in shape I am. I just think it's a gimmick that would work. It would get easy heat, in my opinion. So I would actually like to see them kind of bring that gimmick back and kind of, you know, tweak it for whoever might be playing the character. But 2 more things I remembered about him. One, he had an in-ring segment with Stone Cold Steve Austin. It was Simon Dean and Maven, and they had an in-ring segment with Stone Cold, and they gave Stone Cold a protein shake. They were like, hey, don't drink beer, you know, it's not good for you, drink this protein shake instead. That's a funny segment. I'd recommend that one. Head is from the previously released Jack's Pacific version, and I think it's a great fit on the Elite body. It doesn't look too big or clunky. I think it actually looks perfect. I honestly think this figure does look quite perfect. Like, honestly, it's a very simple figure. This is kind of what he wore. He wore like a white little singlet. The color of the pants kind of changed here and there. For the most part, he started out with the light blue, and then he kind of changed into like a purpley jumpsuit kind of thing. Actually, another fun thing with Simon Dean, I remember when he brought in the Segway. He named it something, the Simon something, because everything was Simon whatever. And yeah, I remember like this guy who's all about working out and stuff, riding the Segway. I just thought it was a funny addition to his character. But yeah, like I mentioned, I think this figure does look perfect, honestly. Very limited detail, which that's just how he was. The only thing that's missing, and I'm going to try and see if I can get someone to make it, is a jacket where he just looks kind of naked like this. And I kind of want his tracksuit, hopefully in the same color or something similar. Kind of reaching out to some people to see if we can get that done, but I have not found anybody yet. Hopefully soon. It's got full articulation, the arms move. You put in this custom wrist tape, which I think is just like medical tape of some sort. So the wrist tape looks awesome. The ab crunch is a little stiff. I believe it's because the paint. I have gotten it to, there we go, got it to crunch, but I believe it's the paint that's really keeping it still from moving. But it does have articulation there, but I do have to be careful so that the paint doesn't chip. But for the most part, you can't really tell, so that looks good. Head can turn, there we go. With some customs, the head comes off and is not steady on the body, but this one is perfect. And the arms, this arm as well, regular Mattel articulation. The waist, got to be careful as well, because I think the paint, here it is a little bit, chipping. So try and reduce the waist swivel as much as I can. And the legs don't have as much articulation as I would like, where that's about as high as they go. It's still decent, but if you try and bring both legs up, it looks very, it's kind of stiff. Legs move as well. This one, not so much. I think it's the paint is kind of solidified, so it's hard to move. But this one does move. Knees are good. And a little bit of foot articulation. So, yeah, I think he absolutely killed it with this figure. Like I mentioned, simple, but perfect. I think this one is honestly great. I really like how this one turned out. One thing I got to say about Ivy as well, super nice guy, easy to talk to, very quick with the responses, so that's always a plus for me, because communication is a big thing in this. But the other figure that he made for me, which I think honestly turned out better than I was hoping for, is another former WWE superstar. He is a former cruiserweight champion. I don't believe he has any other accolades. No, off the top of my head, he doesn't. I believe he has only won the cruiserweight title once. And I remember when he won the cruiserweight title and he was the cruiserweight champion, it annoyed me. Like, I really did not like this guy. And he's grown on me since then. You know, at the time I was super young watching wrestling, and you know, he was feuding with like Billy Kidman and the Hurricane and Rey Mysterio, and those were all guys that I liked. I kind of hated this guy a little bit, but you know, now I'm older and I can appreciate what he's done. He no longer wrestles. He actually just recently retired. He made some headlines on the Wrestling News Reports where, you know, they were having a house show in his area, and he wrestled his final match. I don't know if it's his retirement match, but they made it out to seem where, yeah, this is kind of going to be a swan song. And the person I am talking about is former Cruiserweight champion Jamie Noble. I think this figure looks awesome. Where Simon Dean looks awesome for just being kind of a plain looking figure, I'll bring him in. Looks plain and beautiful. With Jamie Noble, there's a lot of little details that I think look awesome. First and foremost, the wash on the jeans, I think looks incredible. Like, these really look solid. Very happy with how these turned out. I'm just happy with the overall figure. Now, something that he did that kind of surprised me was the head. Now, with Jamie Noble, he doesn't have too many figures. He does have a few in the Jakks Pacific line, but for the most part, it was the same head over and over again. And that's kind of what I assumed I was going to be getting, was the Jakks Pacific head, which isn't really my favorite, but you know, whatever. It was the only version of Jamie Noble. And Ivy messaged me and he's like, hey, what head do you want to use? And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, there's the Mattel version and there's the Jakks Pacific version. I'm like, there's a Mattel version of Jamie Noble? And he's like, yeah. I totally forgot because I don't collect the basics and stuff, but Jamie Noble actually had a 2-pack figure with, I believe it was Joey Mercury in the 2-pack as well. And it was from his days as J&J Security, where he was with Seth Rollins. It was him, Joey Mercury, and Seth Rollins. They were a little squad. And I think Kane, too. Yeah, that's where this head is from that figure. And one thing that he did was, so the figure had a little earpiece, and he actually cut it off with a little scalpel. You can see it. You can see where he cut. But I would have to say, like, if he didn't mention it, I probably wouldn't notice. Like, I really actually like this head. At first, I was kind of like, okay, he's going to use the Jakks Pacific head, no big deal. But honestly, with the Mattel head, I just think it looks so much better. I think this just turned out awesome. And, you know, he did a good job of cutting off the little earpiece. It is noticeable, you can see, but if I were just kind of swing the figure around, you probably wouldn't even have noticed. So just I'm making mention of it. But yeah, that's something that he did. And yeah, I really actually like the Mattel head more than the Jakks Pacific. And I think this figure actually just turned out awesome. I love everything that he did with it. I think the head looks awesome. The body looks awesome. I love the custom tape that he did. Honestly, one thing that he did as well that I really liked, where I thought this was originally one piece of tape where he just taped up the hands and up to the wrists. But he actually did it separate where the hand is taped and you can turn it and then the wrist has the rest of the tape. So it's not one piece, which I thought he originally did. And same thing with here. So nice little cool touch. And this is a elbow pad that he made. And you could take it off if you want, but I'm going to leave it on because I just think it really looks cool and adds to the figure. So that is something that he made for the figure specifically. We talked about the jean wash. I think it looks awesome. And the legs as well. This is how he looked. It does look a little tall from what I would have liked. Where when I think of Jamie, I just kind of think of like the smaller dude. We're going to bring in Ultimate AJ Styles just to kind of compare him against. I would say Jamie's probably a little bit, actually he's probably the same size as AJ, to be honest, maybe a little bit smaller, but it just looks a little too big. That's not Ivy's fault or anything. That's just kind of how the parts worked. And honestly, I'm surprised that they haven't made a Jamie Noble figure. Like I said, he works for WWE. This is an easy figure to put out. You already have the head scan, easily done. You know, I don't know why they haven't created one. And it kind of seemed like he was potentially going to get one when they were doing his last match in West Virginia. where they were kind of hyping it up. I saw a lot of social media posts about it, so I was like, oh shit, maybe he might finally get a figure. But he hasn't got one yet. Maybe they'll give him one eventually. But I think he's due for one, especially this look. This is probably my favorite Jamie Noble. Eventually, he went more for tights, just regular wrestling tights. And but this is probably my favorite incarnation of Jamie Noble. Another favorite of mine, Jamie Noble, was when he was teaming with Kid Cash as the Pitbulls. Really liked that run a lot too. I honestly think they should have probably won the tag titles, but that's just me. A lot of people don't remember, but young Jamie Noble here actually at one point left WWE. I don't remember if he left or was released, but he went to wrestle for Ring of Honor, and he is actually a former Ring of Honor World Champion. I think a lot of people forget that. He is a former Ring of Honor World Champion, so that's a cool little accolade for him, because you wouldn't really think that when you think of Jamie Noble and you think of his WWE stuff. Kind of similar to Simon Dean, where he's kind of forgettable of sorts, not to downplay his achievements or anything, but compared to, his career to some other people's careers, it's kind of just a blur, to slightly forgettable. I brought the Cruiserweight title. This is the Cruiserweight title that he won and held at his time during WWE. And Jamie's actually had quite a storied career. He's had the run in WWE. He's been with WWE for quite some time. He's still working with them. He used to wrestle for WCW. Like I said, former Ring of Honor World Champion. Had a little cup of coffee there. So he's actually done quite a bit if you do your research. Jamie Noble, super happy to add him to my collection, and along with Simon Dean, I think Ivy absolutely killed it with these two figures. I am super happy. I can't say enough good things. I think they turned out phenomenally. No pun intended to AJ earlier, but I just think these figures look absolutely incredible. So shout out to Ivy. If you're interested in placing an order, I would even say just go look at his Instagram and go take a look at some of the photos and customs that he's done before. And if you're interested in placing an order, hey, feel free to reach out to him. But I would say he's 4 for 4 for me. I've bought 4 customs from him so far: the Rosie, the Trevor Murdoch, and now the Simon Dean and Jamie Noble. And I've got to say, I love all 4 of them. I think they're honestly great. He did a great job with them. So shout out to Ivy. Definitely check him out on Instagram. Give him a follow if you like what you see. And if you really like what you see, hey, reach out to him and place an order. Got one more custom. This was one that someone was selling. It is someone that is familiar with the channel. I've bought something off him before. I bought the Hardcore Holly Custom Elite. And his name is Maru. His name is different, but I call him Maru because I don't know how to pronounce his whole name. But I will put his Instagram in the description if you are interested in checking him out. And he put up a custom for sale. And this is a guy who I think is just super underappreciated. I wouldn't say I'm the biggest fan, but I think I just have a connection with this guy because of more so how his career ended, where it was kind of taken from him due to some circumstances. So I always feel like this guy never really reached his full potential, but the little bit that he did, I thought he was quite incredible. And the person I am talking about is, and this is a custom I've wanted for so long. I've always wanted a figure of this guy. I just thought this look in particular, I always was a big fan of. And the person I'm talking about is similar to, Jamie Noble, who we just talked about, former Ring of Honor World Champion, former Ring of Honor Pure Champion. Unfortunately, that's really where his big accolades go, is just those two things. But the person I am talking about is recently signed with AEW, which I got a little bone to pick with because I was flabbergasted when I saw him. I'm super happy for him. Because he got signed, but for me personally, I'll talk about it in a second, frustrating. But the person I'm talking about is former Ring of Honor superstar and TNA superstar Nigel McGuinness. I've always wanted a figure of him. Like I really like Nigel. I think he's awesome. And when I saw Maru was putting this up for sale, first I saw that he made the head, and this is a 3D custom printed head that he created, and I think it looked phenomenal. And even when he put up the head, I was like, damn, you did a great job. I really like how it turned out. And then he ended up creating the custom and put it up for sale, and I was like, bro, I will buy that. I don't care the price. Well, I did care the price, but he priced it fairly, and I was like, dude, I gotta grab that. And I love this look for Nigel. I love when he had the blonde spiky hair and his run from Ring of Honor. I was just a big fan. Even his stuff as Desmond Wolfe in TNA, which I'll touch on a little bit later, but in particular his stuff with Ring of Honor. I think he's kind of an underrated champion. When people, talk about the Ring of Honor champions, they talk about the Bryan Danielsons and the Adam Coles and the Jay Briscoes, Jay Lethal, CM Punk, Samoa Joe, Homicide. Nigel kind of gets left out of that conversation, right? And I just think that's kind of a travesty because he was awesome as the Ring of Honor World Champion. I really enjoyed his stuff. So finally having a figure to kind of celebrate that, I thought was just absolutely awesome. We'll talk about the figure in a second. Let's take a look at that close-up detail. So I think the head sculpt looks phenomenal. Like, I really do think this is a great head sculpt. I really think it does have a good likeness to Nigel from that look. And like I said, I really like the spikes. The spikes are actually quite hard. So here's my finger. I'm going to press as hard as I can on these spikes just to show how hard they are. This is hurting me quite a bit. So as you can see on my finger, a lot of pokey holes. So it is very sharp. It is very sharp. The spikes on his head, they are not for play. They do hurt quite a bit. And yeah, like I said, I think the head sculpt looks absolutely great. But the figure as a whole, I think, looks really good. Here are his trunks. The body itself is quite, regular elite style body. He did stylize it with the paint detailing on the body with like the red marks and stuff, kind of showing off a tan. Well, let's talk about his trunks first. So here we see a little bit of, I don't know what you'd call that. I don't know if that's some UK flag of some sort. Obviously here we see the UK flag, but I'm not sure what this design is supposed to be, but it looks nice. And we also have some detail on the knee pads. Looking good. And some more design on the boots. So it looks awesome. Regular WWE style articulation. He's got the ab crunch, arms, got full movement. This one's a little bit hard to move. The left one, not so much. But can do all the stuff. All the joints that you would want to move. The waist, leg. The knee's a little limited by the knee pad, but you can still get it to bend. And boot swivel. And the head is not on. You can turn it, but it does come off. So it is not stuck to the ball joint, unfortunately. So that's kind of sucks that it's not stuck on the ball joint, but I've got to say, I think the figure looks absolutely incredible. Really big fan of this one. And, Nigel recently just signed with AEW. Super happy about that. So this is a little bit of a gripe I have. That has nothing to do with the figure, just kind of circumstances where, last episode, I got a custom Jay White, right? Really cool. Kind of regret buying it because I knew he would get a figure eventually. With Nigel McGuinness, it was always kind of up in the air where he would potentially get a figure from some company. Like, I think someone would reach out to him, but the fact that he just signed with AEW and also Jay White just signed with AEW just kind of signifies that they're both going to be getting figures eventually. So I did this for you guys. I bought these customs, so I walked so you could run. So I bought these, and now they're going to probably get official releases. I would say we're probably closer to a Jay White official release than Nigel. Nigel I can see being released in the Ring of Honor line whenever they start that. I think he would be a cool wave one along with like the Briscoes, Jay Lethal, Bandito, somebody along those lines. But yeah, I could definitely see him in the Ring of Honor line coming soon. So it's kind of unfortunate, but I gotta say, all that, barring all that stuff, I think the figure still looks great. I really am a fan of it. And I'm super happy that he signed with AEW. It's unfortunate that he got released from WWE because I always really liked him as a commentator. When he was doing commentating as an announcer in Ring of Honor, I enjoyed that. The little bit I watched from WWE, I enjoyed. Unfortunately, with NXT UK closing down, that's where he was primarily working, and they didn't transition him onto the main roster, which I think is a shame. I think he would have been great on Raw or SmackDown. I think him and Corey Graves could have been a good team together. NXT as well, like he could have been a great fixture there, either as a GM role. Obviously, that's been taken by Shawn Michaels. I think there was a couple different options for him. But unfortunately, they ended up releasing him, and now AEW's working with him. I think he's going to be working exclusively with the Ring of Honor brand, and it was also kind of teased recently, which, when I read the article, I was like, whoa, bro, I couldn't handle it. But he teased that he might be wrestling at the the Wembley show that AEW is going to be putting on. I forgot if it's All In or All Out. I think it's All In. That's at the Wembley show. And he teased that he could possibly have a match there. I think that would be a really cool one. And a person I would love to see him have a match with would be his former Ring of Honor rival, Bryan Danielson. I think they should lock it up one more time in Nigel's home country. I think this would be a fun kind of retirement match for Nigel. And just his career as a whole, it just kind of sucks where, you know, when he left Ring of Honor, there was rumors that actually both of them, they both left Ring of Honor around the same time. And it seemed like both of them were going to be going to WWE. Like they were both bound for WWE. And then it came out that he didn't pass the medical test, so they didn't end up hiring him. They passed on him. And obviously he went to TNA and became Desmond Wolfe. Really liked his stuff in the beginning with Kurt Angle. Unfortunately, Hulk Hogan came in shortly after. So unfortunately, Desmond Wolfe was kind of one of those casualties where he got pushed to the side in favor of Hogan, Bischoff, and all those other clowns that they brought in at that time. So I thought there was a lot of stuff that TNA could have done with him, and I really liked TNA at that time, especially when they brought him in. It was right after Bound for Glory. They kind of hit the reset button. We had AJ as champion. I remember it like it's yesterday. I was a really big fan of it. Like, he did do some stuff. I believe he was like with Fortune, and he kind of ran with Hogan a little bit. But when he first debuted with TNA, it kind of seemed like he was going to be a top guy with like Angle and AJ and stuff like that. And it just never came to fruition, unfortunately. So, and then of course he had to retire due to health issues. I'm not going to speak on it too much because I'm honestly not 100% sure what the case was. If you're interested in finding out more about Nigel and why he retired early, you can go find that information out. He did a documentary, and I've never watched it, but it's supposed to be really good. Just super unfortunate that his career got cut short, and he never got to go to WWE, and then his run in TNA got fucked over. It just really sucks a lot. And now him as an in-ring competitor is pretty much gone, and now he's been doing the commentary stuff like I mentioned with Ring of Honor and WWE, which is cool. We're going to take Bryan away because I want to put the focus more on Nigel here, but I would love to see Nigel and Bryan mix it up one more time, especially at that Wembley show. You know, that you definitely want to put on some UK guys, and I just think that would be an awesome bookmark for Nigel's career. You know, he never really got to say goodbye. His career kind of just unfortunately fizzled out due to his health issues, so for him to kind of have this one final match of that show, hopefully against Bryan, who knows, maybe they put him in a tag team match so they don't really have to rely on him to do like a one-on-one match for like 20 minutes or whatever the case may be, but I hope he's involved in that show in some capacity. So huge shout out to Nigel, big fan of his, and I really like this figure. I think Maru really knocked it out of the park, head sculpt and everything. So if you're interested in potentially ordering a figure off him, I will put his Instagram in the description, and you can go check out his page, reach out to him, whatever the case may be. But shout out to him for this figure, and I think it's phenomenal, and it's a great addition to my collection. Or you can wait for Jazzwares to make an official Nigel McGuinness figure whenever that might come out. So if you wait long enough, you'll probably get one. But if you can't wait, definitely hit up Maru. And then last but not least, our final collection that we'll be adding to is the Power Rangers Lightning Collection. And holy shit, we've got quite a bit. I'm just going to bring it all out. I'm going to show everything that I got. I've got pretty much a huge care package, and my toy guy hit me up. You know, I said, I'm going to the toy show, and he's like, good, I got some stuff for you. And he's like, dude, I got a bunch of Power Ranger stuff for you. So I was like, awesome. So I'm just going to bring out everything that I bought. Just massive pile here. So we got that. We got this one. We got this one. And then we got some of the newer stuff. We got the newer waves. Here's another one. Here's a few more. And we're still not done. We got two more. This one. And we're going to slide this down a little bit just so we can get everything in the picture. And last but not least, we've got the Blue Centurion. So we got quite a huge Power Rangers package here. I'm going to be opening up these 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because these are plastic-free packaging. We'll break down everything, but I just want to show that there's a lot of Power Rangers to get through. So let me clear the table here real quick. We're going to start out with the TMNT stuff. Now, these are figures that I already own. I already own all 3 of these 3-packs, and I own the Shredder. But as you just saw, we're going to be adding a lot of new stuff to my collection. If you've been watching the past few months, you've seen that I've rebought some stuff because I want to condense my shelf. And I knew I was getting all those figures that we just showed off, so I'm like, man, I really got to make some room on my shelf. So I'm like, what can I do? What can I do? Oh, we have the 3 2-packs of the TMNT figures. I already got them, but what if I buy another 3? What if I buy them again? So I have 6 of them in total, and I can kind of display it as such. So I'll show a picture of what my collection looks like now on my shelf. So here's a picture of what it looks like currently. So as you can see, all the 2-packs are frontward facing. But what I'm going to do now with the new additions here, I'm going to be displaying it as such, and I'll throw a picture of that up now on the screen. So I'm going to be putting them all sideways. I was kind of debating if I wanted to get all of them because I knew I wanted to get this 2-pack for sure, because I can display Donnie like this, or I can display Leo like this. We'll talk about them in a second. And then with this one, I didn't know if I wanted another figure of April. Like originally I was just going to display the 4 turtles, so I was just going to buy this 2-pack. And then I was also debating, do I want to get this again? I wasn't too interested in the Foot Soldier Tommy. Actually, I did do something with, because I did rebuy this, obviously. What I did with the Tommy figure is I put it beside Shredder on my villain shelf. Now, I know Tommy's not a villain in this storyline, but because he is displayed as a foot soldier, I was like, you know what? I'm going to put him on my villain shelf because I still want to show off the Tommy figure. And I think he looks pretty awesome there. It looks pretty cool. I did a dry run before of just seeing how it would look on my shelf and, you know, filling in some of the newer boxes. And I think it looks good. I really like the green on the boxes. It really stands out compared to everything else. And honestly, these are some of my favorite figures in the line. I really like the crossover that they did, all the accessories. I think they really killed it with these figures. What also is going to look awesome on my shelf is these brand new figures. We are going to start out with Wild Force Blue. This is the final figure from Wave 12, I believe, that I need. One of my favorite seasons. I do like this one a lot, and I do like this Ranger in particular for a couple of reasons. One, I just thought Max was a cool character. It's got one of the most underused themes, the shark theme. You know, for Power Rangers, they've done dinosaurs a bunch, they've done vehicles a bunch, they've done animals a few times, but they've never really done another Shark Ranger. Like, I really don't know why. I think it's such a cool animal that would make an awesome Zord, but they really don't reuse it. But, you know, I really like this Blue Ranger as the shark, but that's all right. At least we have one Shark Ranger, and I think the head sculpt looks good. This is one of the better head sculpts that they've done. That looks pretty similar to the actor. He also comes with his little saber. I forgot what these are called. The little dagger thing, you can put the animal orb in there. It would have been a cool little thing if they painted the little circle blue, because that's where his little shark orb thing is, and then that's how he summons the Zords. But that's just a little nitpick deal for me. You also got a blast effect in here. You know, not too much to say about that, but mine is a little bent. Don't know why. I think the figure looks cool. I do have one issue with it, which we'll talk about here in a second, but I think, you know, as a whole, as a Blue Ranger, I think it looks pretty awesome. And we can see some of his weapons. He comes with these shark fin weapons and a couple sets of hands, or one extra set of hands. And we'll just show off the box, and then I'll talk about my little issue with it. Here is Wild Force Blue. This is the final wave of the plastic window. Now, we'll talk more about the plastic window later in the news portion, but as of right now, this was the last official wave with the plastic window and this art style in particular. So a nice figure to get that art style, but we'll show off the box. On top, we got blue. On the bottom, we got boring stuff. Here, we got a nice shot of him in his suit and the helmets. On this side, this is how I have him displayed on my shelf. And on the back, we can see him with his weapons. We got the holstered little dagger, and we've got the little shark fin weapons. So, I do have a little bit of an issue with this figure. It's the teeth on the shark helmet. I don't think they look very good, you know? When I look at this, I just think of like some rapper or DJ that's got like a huge mouthful of grills, and he's like, "What's up, y'all? It's me, DJ Shark Bite," and you know, you can barely understand him because he's got so much diamonds and metal and shit in his teeth with the grills. That's what I see when I look at this. I just think of yo, what's up, y'all? Like, there's just this guy that's trying to talk to me, and I can barely understand him because he's got grills in his teeth, and that's kind of what it looks like. I don't know if all of the figures came like this. I gotta do some research of, like, people that did reviews to see if their paint was as bad as it is displayed here, but, like, this is how it should look. You know, you see the individual teeth, and even on the back, they're all painted perfectly, but for mine, and I don't know if anybody else, they just kind of went crazy with the white paints. Yeah, it just looks kind of shitty, to be honest. But DJ Shark Bite, like that's when I look at this helmet, that's what I hear. I hear DJ Shark Bite on the ones and twos. Yeah, unfortunately the teeth don't look the greatest, but other than that, I think the figure looks pretty awesome. Him himself, the head scan looks awesome, and it's always cool to get another addition to Wild Force. This will be the second one because we already have the Wild Force Lunar Ranger, so we got a third of the team. We're still missing red, black, yellow, and white. I think these figures look good together. I'll show you how I have them displayed on my shelf, which is like this, and I can't wait to get the other Rangers and kind of fill out my shelf. So really cool, super happy about this one. And we're going to kind of stick with the Wild Force theme because the first figure that we're going to be opening up is coming in from Wave 13. We're going to be opening up all of Wave 13, but we are going to be starting with the Wild Force Putrid. This was the putty character from that season, and just kind of goes hand in hand with these guys. So we're going to take these guys out for a second, and we're going to show him off. This was kind of a weird one when they first revealed it. You know, we've got the putty, we've got the Tenga Warriors, we've got the Zeocogs. This wouldn't have even been the top 5 putty characters I would have done, you know. I thought they would have done characters like the SPD one, In Space one, more so seasons that they've kind of are more developed collection wise, figure wise. And you know, so far we only have the 2 Wild Force Rangers like I showed off, so I just thought this was kind of a weird inclusion to have. And me personally, I'm not really a big fan of whenever they do the putty type characters in the waves. I've said this before, but for me, if you're going to do these putty type characters, put them in a 2-pack, put them at a slightly discounted rate, and if people want to army build and buy multiples of them, they can just buy the 2-pack and slowly build up a collection. But whenever we get the single release, and especially it coming in a wave, taking a spot of like a monster or an actual ranger, it irks me a little bit, but just a little rant for me. But we're going to show off the box. So this is part of Wave 13. This is when they started doing the plastic-free packaging stuff. So as we can see here, here is the figure displayed, along with a nice little shot of him there. Top of the box is like a pea green. Pea, not as in urine, pea as in the vegetable. Another shot of him there. This is how I'll probably have him displayed on my shelf. Him just patting his head with his little bat weapon. On the bottom, boring stuff. And on the back here are his accessories. Comes with a little lightning effect. I don't think I've seen this one before, so this might be a first time. And comes with an extra set of hands and his weapon. Since it is plastic-free packaging, we are going to be opening this. And honestly, this wave, I'm pretty nervous about. There's a couple Rangers in particular that I'm very nervous about opening. Because there's one in particular... Well, 2 that I've seen people have issues with, but one in particular that I've just seen everybody almost have issues with, so I'm super scared to open that. This Wild Force Putrid, I haven't seen anybody really complain about it or talk about any negative experiences with it, so I'm pretty confident that this should be fine, but, you know, you never know. Everyone is different, so we're pulling it out. Box is empty. Let's put this to the side. And we've got a little baggie here in the back, instructions, and we see the figure here. So let me free him. Boom. That was actually easier than I expected. I like that they maintain the same color inside the box as well, as the same as the outside. And let me unbag everything, and then we will talk about the figure. Let's start with the electric piece. I think I've mentioned this before. I'm not too crazy about them. Like, it's a cool addition, but if they got rid of them, I wouldn't be sad about it. But they are included in every package. And like I said, I don't think I've seen this one before, but basically just a large clump of electricity together. Looks pretty cool. I like the color, the little purple pink color that it comes in. Looks awesome. And then we've got some extra hands for our little Putrid dude. I keep wanting to call him a Putty, but he is Putrid. That's his official title. So we got a karate chop hand. And we've got kind of a gun hand. And then we've got his weapon, his little bat-type weapon with spikes. Looks pretty menacing. Not too much detail on it. I'm not sure if there is more detail that was needed. I'm assuming probably so, especially on the handle here. But as we can see, the spikes, those are painted gold, which look nice. And the rest of the figure is gray. I don't know if this doubles as a gun where... I was just thinking about the trigger hand where, this is a bat or whatever, and then you can turn it this way and it turns into a gun. I don't remember from the show, but I'm assuming it does kind of have a handle here, so I'm assuming maybe it does double as a gun. I gotta look into that. And then we have the figure himself, the Putty, the Putrid. God damn it, stop calling him Putty. That is a little loose. That is something I saw some people comment about this wave in particular. The joints are just kind of loose, so I want to be as careful as I can with them. I think it looks pretty good. He's a pretty kind of simple looking character. He's all gray. He's got the red little lines all throughout him. He's got these little painted gold, bronzish type colors. They're on his ankle. Ooh, a little bit of paint splatter here, and we'll cover that in a second. But yeah, he's got the little wrist gauntlets and ankle gauntlets. Nice little belts. Ooh, it can move. I don't like that noise. That noise scares me. Ooh, this ab crunch does not want to crunch in. Oh, ooh, I did not like that click though. Oh man, I would be very... Oof, I gotta be careful with these joints. I don't feel... It feels a little cheap, I'm gonna be honest. I'm holding it in hand, and it doesn't feel solid. It doesn't... I don't know how to explain it. It feels a little cheap to me. But here are all the joints. But yeah, the chest is... that noise in particular, plus the little ab crunch here, barely wants to move. Yeah, I'm not going to really play around with that because getting all these cool Lightning Collection figures and then just to have one break on me, I would be absolutely devastated. So I'm not going to put too much pressure on it there. But a little bit of sloppy paint. We can see here some gold. We saw the red here, a little bit more red up here. Let's try putting a different hand on him. Oh, that was a little hard. Let's try putting a different hand on him and trying his weapon. All right, hand is in. Gave me a little bit of issue, but let's try it out. Let's try out the gun form, because it's got to be a gun. This does look like it could be a gun. Yeah, pew, pew, pew. Shooting some Power Rangers. And then let's see it in its bat form. Yeah, the bat form is where it's at. I like the bat form. Yeah, I'd have to say it does seem a little cheap. It does wobble quite a bit. Even the first thing I moved was this left arm, and this moves like butter. Like there's nothing holding it back. Where this one, you can see it gets a little harder here at the shoulder joint, but with this, moving like it's nothing. So kind of scared about this one. This makes me worry about the rest of the figures we're about to open up, but yeah, this figure looks cool. Let's bring in the Wild Force Rangers real quick. So here we've got Wild Force Blue and the Lunar Wolf Ranger. And here's a little Putrid for them to fight. And I gotta say, even though this isn't my favorite, like I said, this isn't like the top 5 Putty type characters I would have kind of thought they would have done first. But I think they did a pretty good job with it. Let me take these guys out because the camera's focusing on them over the Putty. But yeah, I'd have to say the figure does seem good. Like I said, it does have a little bit of a wobbliness to it. So that kind of leaves me worried for the rest of the figures we're about to look at. Next figure in Wave 13 that we are going to look at is a figure I've been waiting for quite a bit to kind of round out this team. Now, it doesn't complete the team. It completes the core team and gets us one step closer because this is only a 5-man team. But the figure that we're going to open next is Beast Morphers Yellow. Yes, been waiting on this one for a while. We've had red, blue, and gold for quite some time. Since Wave 3, we've had 3 members of the team waiting. And we're just now getting around to getting Beast Morphers Yellow. But we'll just take a quick look at the box. So nice shot of her there. I believe her name is Roxy. I was gonna look at the back, like her name was there, but I'm not too sure. I never watched this season, and honestly, I'm not really a fan of the suits. This is something that I remember when I first saw them, like even in the Sentai, they're Go Busters. That's what the name is, and I remember I saw the suits, and I'm like, ooh, they're kind of hideous. I think it's more the helmet with the goggles. I just think it looks very off. There's just something about it that I'm not a fan of it. It has grown on me a little bit since then. But yeah, just the goggles with the helmet. I think the helmet's fine, but just the goggle type look, just, I don't know, there's something about it just kind of irritates me. But I think the rest of the suit looks fine. But like I said, we're checking out the box. We'll talk about Beast Morphers more in a second, but here is a little side profile shot. This is how I'm going to have her displayed in my collection on my shelf. On top, we get some yellow. We see her helmet there and some more yellow. On the back, we see all the accessories, so helmet, head, blast effect piece, sword, 2 sets of hands, and the figure itself. And here's a shot with her with her sword. Zoe, there's her name. It actually has it on the box. Does it have it on the front? No. Just has Beast Morphers yellow. So that's actually cool. They refer to her by her real name. There's a Roxy in this series. I'm assuming she might be a villain of some sort then. But one thing I did not do with the Wild Force Putrid figure, which I'm going to do here, is I didn't show off the tape, that the tape was sealed. So here we have the tape being sealed. And on this side, it's a little hard to see, but there's tape here. And there's tape on the bottom right here. And right here. So, fully sealed. We're going to crack this open. Let's see, in the box, empty. We got the plastic bag I just emptied with all the accessories and instructions. And now I'm going to free her real quick, and then we'll take a quick look at the figure. Let's start out with the basic stuff. We got some hands, some very small hands, some nice yellow gloved hands. And we get a karate chop hand and a fisted punch hand. Next, we got a blast effect piece. Now, this is more of a sword twirl. Wraps around the sword like this. And it does a nice little effect. So it's like, yeah. So I actually like this one quite a bit. I like all of them, to be honest, even though I shit on these. Like, I wouldn't be sad if they disappeared, but they are kind of a cool touch. This, we get a nice translucent blue for it, which looks nice. Then we got their main weapon. I'm assuming it's called a saber of some sort. Some nice detail there. Got to compare it with the other ones. I'm not sure if they have detail like this, but only one side has detail. If we flip it over, we still get the light blue, but here doesn't have any paint on it. Nice little saber. We'll display her with this after. And then we've got her yellow helmet here looking pretty nice. Not bad. It looks like there's a little bit of a nick on the paint there. Or no, I guess that's just how design is. There's a little bit of a dip. Kind of worried there for a second. I'm happy to report that I don't think anybody's reported any issues with the Yellow Ranger. It's the next 2 Rangers that I show off that I'm kind of worried about. But yeah, here we can see her helmet. I'm assuming her Zord is a bunny. And it looks like it's 2 pieces. The ears and stuff. Like, this isn't all one piece. There's 2 pieces, and then they glued it on. So, nice little shot of it there. There's the inside. We'll be seeing this very soon. And then we got the figure herself. Zoe. Forgot her name for a second. We got a little bit of plastic. Ooh, it's not coming off easy. What the heck? So it does look like some plastic residue. I tried to scratch it off, but it wasn't coming off. I don't know why my camera's not focusing right now. But, yeah, a little black mark here. That could be a mole, not too sure. And then you see the little white thing on her eyelid. Very unfortunate. I'm not sure if this looks like her. I've never watched the show, so I can't comment on her likeness. Let's check out the articulation real quick. So we got the arms, bicep swivel, double jointed elbows, nice, and pinless. That's not a detail I care about, but it's there for some people, so it is pinless. I don't usually talk about it because, honestly, it's whatever to me. But inside, we see her sleeves and stuff are silver painted. Kind of weird that they didn't do the paint on the elbows. So it looks a little weird. Not that big of a deal to me, to be honest. Ab crunch Feels good. Head swivels a little bit. The hair does get in the way, knocks off this little like vest that she wears. Hand will change. We'll change the left hand. Actually, no, it doesn't matter because she can hold the saber in both. Let's go left hand. We'll change the left hand. With the morpher, which I think looks pretty good. It's got some good detail to it. Wow, that hand did not want to come out. And it's got some paint on it. It's got some black paint on it. This is the hand I just took out. Remove some paint from here. I guess it was still wet when they packaged it or something. And it was kind of stuck on here. Let's pop it in. Can the morpher come off? No, it is attached to the arm. Just a little thing I tried. Just thought of it. Boom. The left hand is in. Works fine. We'll just test out the same joints on the left side of the arm. Elbow, bicep swivel, shoulder, hand. Is there a waist joint? No, doesn't seem like it. Just here. We've got thigh swivel. We'll do a split test. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. That's almost a perfect split there. That is actually a perfect split. I thought the skirt was going to hinder it a little bit. It is a little bit of a harder plastic. But no way, Jose. She came through with the hi-ya real quick. Okay, good. Good to see. And let's check the knees. Knees are good. And the boot swivel. Okay, perfect. Articulation's good. Let's try the head. This is something I'm kind of scared about, especially regarding the next few figures. So I'm going to try and do this as gently as I can. That actually came out pretty smoothly. That's pretty awesome. Let's pop on the helmet and officially get the Beast Morphers Yellow Ranger. And there she is. With the helmet on, looking super nice. I didn't feel a click when I pushed it in, but I believe it is down all the way. And it seems like the whole neck is spinning, not just the helmet, which is kind of weird. As you can see, I'm trying to move just the helmet, but all the neck was coming with it too. Whatever. I think it looks good though. Let's compare it with some friends. We'll bring in one Ranger first. We got Red Ranger here. Just looking to compare some details. Yeah, it looks good. Vest looks good. Morpher looks good. Belts. Yeah, everything looks pretty uniform. I like it. So that is cool. We'll show this off with the rest of the team in just a second. Let's show her off with her saber. I don't know if it's backwards. No, I'm assuming it's this way because the pointed edge. And then we'll even add the blast effect, like she's summoning some move. In full effect, Beast Morphers Yellow. Looking good. I like this figure, to be honest. You know, it's always cool to get the female figures. I know they're not as popular as the male figures. And, you know, I can attest to that, especially as a kid, where let's say, you know, a new season drops and you go to Walmart, Toys R Us, whatever, and you see them fully stock the shelves of the new toys. You know, the first thing you're not going to buy is like the pink or the yellow Ranger. As a kid, as a little boy, you're probably going to, you know, go towards the Red Ranger, the Blue Ranger, green, black. You're going to go for the dudes. Like, you want to complete the team, but your priority is not getting the female figures. Usually they're last. Usually when you go to those stores, they're the only figures on the rack, you know? And those are the only options of figures to buy. But now as an adult collector, and, you know, I just kind of want to complete each team. Super happy to get the female figures. No issues with that. We're going to do a little box comparison. So here we got the Red and Blue Ranger, and we're also going to bring in the Gold Ranger. There's the team, and here we have Yellow. That fits in quite nicely with it. I think they look pretty awesome together. I can't wait to get the Silver Ranger and finally complete this team. As far as my shelf is concerned, it will be displayed like this. So here's how it will be displayed on my shelf. Unfortunately, the Yellow Ranger's box is a little smaller than the rest of them. But of course, it's the plastic repackaging compared to everyone else who has the window. You know, even though it's a different art style and stuff, I actually still like it. It still kind of fits. It doesn't bother me too much. Of course, I would have loved for it to be in this style. But you know what? I'm not complaining too much. I actually like it quite a bit. I also have the Beast Morphers Blaze, which is more of a villain, not really a ranger per se, but I do have him displayed with the rangers. Just in my head, I have him like a 6th ranger, so this is how I have it in my shelf. Completely forgot about this one, so I just thought I'd throw this in there, and kind of a 5-man team. We're halfway done with Wave 13. The next figure we are going to take a look at is a figure that actually completes a team, which is pretty exciting. And the figure that I am talking about is Dino Charge Blue. Yes, now with this addition to my collection, we can complete the core team of the Dino Charge Rangers. We already have red, black, green, pink, golds. I think I mentioned all of them. And with blue now, we get to complete that core team, so that is really awesome. Let's show off the box real quick. Nice little figure shot of him here. Nice little render of him there. Obviously, we see a bigger version of that on this side, and this is how he will be displayed on my shelf. On top, we got blue, obviously for the Blue Ranger. Here, more blue with his helmet. On the back, we get to see what's in the box. So we get the figure itself with the human head and the ranger helmet. We get an extra set of hands, a saber of some sort, and a gun, which I believe doubles as their morpher. And of course, we have an electric effect that looks like it wraps around his sword, as we can see here. And on the bottom, plastic-free packaging. So let's open this bad boy up. Let's check the tape. We got sealed. 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 Just double checking. My plan is not to deceive people with these. Sealed and sealed. So part of me is kind of scared about this. This and the next Ranger we're going to show off. I've seen some people have some issues. I saw one guy, I think the ankle snapped off. Something regarding the foot. Box is empty. And we've got instructions, which we're just going to toss in there. So a little bit worried about unbagging this one, but yeah, here it is. And we also have a bag of accessories. So let me unbag it real quick and we'll take a look at the figure. So I've opened up everything, and I forgot to mention that this Blue Ranger actually comes with an extra accessory compared to the Yellow Ranger, where she just got a saber. He also gets a saber, but he also gets a gun as well. So we'll talk about those in just a second. Let's talk about the hands first. First, we've got 2 kind of gun trigger hands and some nice detail there. I know that is part of the uniform. So just nice 2 white gloves. I think it's kind of weird that they put fisted hands on him first, like straight out of the box. Kind of a weird choice, but whatever. We'll talk about him in a second. So there we have hands. Next, we've got his saber. Don't know what this is called. I've not watched this season. I think I might have watched an episode. I know I've watched some clips, but this is one of their main weapons. Nice little swords. Got some nice detail. Looking good. And then we've got the gun, which I mentioned also doubles as their morpher. Not sure how that works. Oh, hold on a second. I saw the little pinhole, so I thought the blast effect might go in there, but it looks more like a sword blast effect. Kind of like this. But we do have a pinhole, maybe for a different blast effect. Maybe one of the other Rangers comes with a blast effect that you can put in there. And you can use it on this one as well. So just a little thing I noticed. Cool, cool. And the gun looks pretty good, I think. And like we just talked about the blast effect, I wrapped it around the sword, but it's a nice translucent purple. Nice little color choice and looks good on the sword. And last accessory, we've got his helmets. His Blue Ranger helmet. Not sure what his Zord is. Judging by the things on his head, maybe a Stegosaurus? I think that is a Stegosaurus on his chest. Actually, one of the cool things about Dino Charge, they got the little emblem on their chest, so you can kind of see which Ranger has which dinosaur. I believe that is a Stegosaurus, accompanied by this on the head. That makes me think that. But I think the helmet looks pretty good. I like the details on it. It's kind of basic, you know, the blue, the yellow, the red. But I think the sculpting looks good. I didn't get to pose Roxy like this, and I already packed her up because I just have boxes all around me. I like posing the Ranger with their helmets under their head. I didn't get to do that with her, but I'm going to deal with him. So nice little shot of him there with the helmet under his arm. Looking awesome. And we'll take a look at the figure himself. Let me take a look at the box. I don't know his name. His name is Koda, Koda. Want to be careful with the foot. I just want to be careful in general. Like I said, I don't want any of these to break on me. I would be absolutely devastated to just get all these Power Ranger figures and then one breaks on me. Just be absolutely devastated. I'm going to actually change out one of his hands now. Came out pretty easy and went in even easier. Perfect. Just so I can do the gun holding and sword easier later. But we'll take a look at the figure himself. As far as the head sculpt, I don't know if this is accurate. Like I mentioned, I probably have seen one episode, but nothing really stuck with me about any of the characters, so I don't recall if this is accurate to what he looks like. But he does look a little bit cleaner compared to what we just had with Beast Morphers Yellow. His head does swivel very nicely, looks up and down, and we'll check out the articulation. We'll check out the right side first. This one is also pinless. So shoulder, butterfly joint. That is not moving. Oh, there we go. How about this one here? Oh, there we go. Just wanted to wake up a little bit. All right, we got the butterfly joints flowing. All right, yeah. Work it out. Stretch and breathe. Ab crunch. This one does not have a waist. Now I don't even remember if the Putrid had a waist swivel. I feel like it did, right? But I guess it's more all about the torso where the no waist, but you can do twisty stuff like this. Looking good. Let's try the legs. Beautiful. Thigh swivels. Nice, nice. Double jointed knees, again, pinless as well. There we go. And boot cuts. And we'll test the waters with the foot. This foot seems pretty good. And this foot here is moving quite fine. Okay, no issues to report of. Thank God. One of my fears is also taking off this head, so I'm going to hope for the best. The Yellow Ranger came off pretty easy. Hopefully this one does too. Okay, it did. Thank God. All right, so we got the human head off. Let's throw on the helmets. As I was trying to put on the helmet, something I just noticed with the head, there's a huge chunk of plastic that just is broken. Part of me feels like this whole thing would break off, because it just seems like it's all attached. So just something to keep in mind. I haven't gotten it on yet, but just something I saw when I was kind of fidgeting with it. All right, so I managed to get it on, but I did not like the noises that it was making. I didn't hear any crunching or anything. It is on pretty solid. I tried to remove it immediately to see if I could take it off. No give, and I don't really want to mess around with it too much. So I'm just going to leave the helmet on. That's probably how I will leave it in the bag. But here we get a nice shot of him with the helmet on. Looking pretty awesome. One of my favorite color Rangers, blue. Stegosaurus is a cool Zord. Mighty Morphin never had one. There was one in Dino Thunder, but it was kind of like a secondary Zord for the White Ranger. But I guess it was still kind of a part of him. Here we have him with the blaster. Pew pew, pew pew. Now I'm going to display him with the sword. And here we have the sword, just regular. And then I will just pop on this lightning effect to add some flavor. I'm Guy Fieri. We're going to Flavor Town. And yeah, all in all, I'm pretty happy with it. The head is a little dicey, that cracked plastic or whatever it was. I'm going to leave the helmet on. I don't want to play around with it too much and just have it fall apart on me. But I'm happy to report no issues other than a little plastic crack missing, whatever you want to call it, on the neck. So, dope looking figure. Let's bring out the rest of the team. We got quite the full house with this one. Like I said, with the Blue Ranger, completes the core team of the Dino Charge Rangers. And we'll just do a little comparison. Let's do a comparison with green. Let's just take a look at some stuff. So, Saber looks the same. Gun looks the same. Obviously, that's his head. And as far as every other kind of detail, I think it looks pretty accurate and on point. Actually, the black lines on this one are ginormous. Let's get another Ranger to compare against. Red Ranger also has big black lines on the chest. Blue Ranger's got skinny lines. Let's check the whole team. Shit. Black Ranger also has big, thick black lines on the chest. Pink Ranger's got pretty thick black lines. Okay, let's check gold. I don't think gold has those, but let's check. Yeah, gold suit is very different, but, yeah, weird little detail I just noticed with the thin lines. I think I like that better. Let's take a look. It's supposed to be like teeth, right? So maybe the black, like the bigger, thicker black lines are better? I'm not sure. I would say just in terms of everything being uniform and being similar, I would say, you know, thicker black lines would have been the way to go. I'd say every other detail seems pretty on point, except for the black lines on the chest, which isn't that big of a deal. So let's get our team in order here. And here's how it will look on my shelf. Looking pretty good, to be honest, even though obviously the blue is different, similar to Beast Morpher's yellow. It's pretty awesome to have another team complete, kind of. Like, this is the core team complete, but there's still other members of the team. There's like a purple ranger, there's a silver ranger, a light blue ranger, and a graphite ranger. It's like a gray ranger. It's really weird. Actually, one weird thing about the colors of like this team in particular, and it still kind of annoys me to this day, to be honest. I guess it's just like the purist in me. But when I first saw this team, I'm like, there's something about this team that's just really off-putting. And we'll take the Gold Ranger out for a second. We'll just focus on the core 5. We'll bring back Goldie in a second. But just the core 5, I'm like, damn, there's something weird about this team. I can't point my finger on it. And then I noticed it. I noticed what was really jarring. And it was the color scheme for the teams. This is the first ever Ranger team to not have a yellow Ranger. Over all the years, I think at this point it probably was at least 25 years of Power Rangers, and every team had 3 consistent colors across all the teams. We had our Red Rangers as our leader, Blue Rangers, second in command, and a Yellow Ranger, which this team does not have. It really bothered me when I first noticed, because I'm like, how the fuck can you not have a Yellow Ranger? A Yellow Ranger, it's such a core, vital color to the team, you know? Out of all the seasons, red, blue, and yellow, constants through all the seasons, and then like the other 2 are kind of interchangeable. You might have a Pink Ranger, Black Ranger, White Ranger, and to not have a Yellow Ranger just blew my mind. I'm like, you can do that? What? I just thought it was so weird at first, but now it's kind of become the norm. And actually, the season that we're going to talk about next, Dino Fury, has the same color scheme, literally the same color scheme: red, blue, green, black, pink, and gold as well. So I guess it's here to stay. But you know, when I first noticed it, I was like, man, that is so weird, because you have some seasons that focus solely on the red, blue, and yellow, like Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, Beast Morphers is another one, where like it's a core 3-person team, red, blue, and yellow, and then eventually they'll bring in like 2 other Rangers or 3 other Rangers, depending on the team. And to not have yellow was super, super weird. But now the last figure in Wave 13, Dino Fury Green. This is the one I've been dreading, so let me just clear the board real quick. I am so nervous about this one. This figure I have seen, my God, it seems like it's broken on everybody. What I've noticed the most is whenever you try and change the head, the little ball joint for the neck just rips out of the chest. So I'm going to be super careful when I'm doing that. Probably the figure I've seen people have the most issues with, and I hope I'm not another statistic with that. I just want a nice, beautiful figure. Actually, it's a really cool, you know, like I like my Green Rangers, and this is the first ever female Green Ranger, which is a nice little cool thing. And also the first LGBTQ open Ranger, where I believe her name is Izzy? Yeah, Izzy Garcia. She is openly gay on the show, which is cool for representation on the show. You know, pretty progressive for a kid's show. So that's always cool, but just having a female Green Ranger, just, you know, changing it up. I'm sick of seeing females just being allocated to the yellow and pink Ranger. I remember when I first saw Ninja Storm, even before that actually, with like the Alien Rangers, where we had Delphine as the White Ranger, and then we had another female White Ranger in Wild Force. But Ninja Storm specifically, the first ever female Blue Ranger, it blew my mind. whenever it breaks the norms and they're not, the females aren't your typical pink and yellow and stuff like that, and they get the other colors, you know, red, blue, green, black, whatever the case may be, it's always super cool. So I like that a lot. We'll just show off the box real quick. There it is, Dino Fury Green. This will be the second Dino Fury Ranger that we get. We already have the red one from Wave 11, I believe. But just a nice little green box here with her helmets. Green on top. Here's a nice shot of her here. This is how I'll have her displayed on my shelf. Bottom's got some boring stuff. And the back, we can see the accessories, the figure, extra set of hands, helmet, sword, which I believe is also, no, not her morpher, because they already have a morpher on their wrist. I thought the sword doubles as a morpher, but it doesn't in this case. And lightning effect. So let's check the tape. Sealed. 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 And sealed. There's so much like dread in me to open this figure. Like, oh my god, I just hope it's fine. Just please, maybe this was like a later shipment of the figure where they corrected those issues. But just seeing so many people, like just tons of issues, it was heartbreaking. I really thought about not even picking this up, but I'm like, you know what? I'm a completionist at this point. Some of the boxes have the sticker on here, and it just makes it harder to open. Just think positive thoughts. That's all I need to do. But yeah, box is empty. We've got the bag of accessories in the back, which we will open up, and then we got the figure here itself, human head on as well. So let's unbag everything and hope for the best. Let's start off with the hands. So we've got two kind of gun-toting hands, kind of trigger hands. One's silver and one's green, because if we take a look at the suit, there's kind of a divider in between where... Is this messed up already? I think I'm already noticing a deformity with the morpher, but okay. I don't know, it just looks kind of big and clunky. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about that right now. But as you can see, half the suit is green and half the suit is silver, so that's why the hands are different colors to correspond to switching it out. We'll talk more about the figure in here in a second. But yeah, silver hand and green hand. And then we've got the blast effect piece. This goes over the sword. And just a nice translucent orangey yellow. Probably yellow more than orange. On the camera it looks way more orange, but I'd probably say yellow. And then we've got our sword. It's a little bit bent, which I saw some reviews and people had the same issue. That's not as big to me, you know, that's kind of fixable. We can kind of just heat it up. Or you can kind of just put something heavy on it to kind of hold it in place, so that's not really something that I'm going to kind of hold it against. It's just how it was packaged in the bag. See the gold there with the red eyes. Looking pretty awesome. Actually a pretty dope looking sword. I like the little edges here. Actually, we'll just slide this on right now since, you know, I've got it out. A little bit harder to do because the edge is on the back. I'll just leave it like that because it doesn't really want to go down. And then we have the helmet here, and I've seen some people have issues with this, where this whole faceplate, I think someone's didn't even come with it, like it came missing. So I'm happy to report that mine looks pretty fine from what I can notice. No issues there. Actually, a pretty cool looking helmet. I like it. I believe it is a saber-toothed tiger, just judging by the ears. And let's take a look at the figure. Let's test out the joints, and God, hope for the best. Holy shit. I am a nervous wreck. I just want this to be good. Okay. Oh, and my light's about to die. My light will probably die during this, so... just another fucking bonus thing. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. My light's about to finish out. But here we can see the elbow joint. Or sorry, here we can see the shoulder joint. Got a little bit of a butterfly in there. Looks like it's a little bit harder to access compared to the Blue Ranger who we just saw. Actually, a nice holster. That's something I didn't notice on any of the other figures. They didn't have holsters for their weapons, so that's actually pretty cool for the Green Ranger. Or for this Ranger in general. Not an easy slide in. I thought it was just going to go in easily. Holy shit, really gotta put some force behind it, but I don't want to chip away any of the paint. Actually, that might be as capped out as it goes, but yeah, just a little detail I noticed that the other Rangers didn't have holsters for their weapons. Just double checking the paint because I really had to push it in there, but I'm happy to say that it didn't look like it. Okay, let's just check the arms. Boom, pinless arms. We got the wrist, gauntlet, wrist. Let's check out the joints here. Shoulders good. Bicep swivel. Double jointed elbows. And we already tested this out. And we also got the hand. Again, no waist joints. And we got the ab crunch. Cool, cool. Legs. This. Okay. I didn't notice this on any of the other ones. Well, I wouldn't have noticed it on the Yellow Ranger because I had the skirt, so I wouldn't see. But I don't know if the Blue Ranger had drop down hips, but Green Ranger does anyways. That looks cool. Got the thigh swivel, knees, boot cuts, and foot. And let's check out the other side. Okay, looking good. And I almost don't even want to do it, dude. I'm fucking dreading this moment. I'm going to switch a hand out. I'm just going to wait for my light to die because it's going to happen any minute now. And I feel like if it happens during me trying to take off the helmet and the whole thing comes apart, I'll just feel like it's a bad omen. So I might just wait for the light to die. But we switched out the hand. It was actually pretty easy. Didn't give me that hard of a time. Actually, while we can see no paint defects anywhere that I saw, everything looks pretty clean. A little bit of gold here, but that's not too big of a deal. And let's try her with her weapon. Oh, and I'll also pose her with her helmets. But here we have her sword. Looking good. And let's just pose her with her helmet by her side. Because if the fucking neck joint comes out, this might be the only time that she gets to wear the helmet. Oops. So here we go. Looking pretty good. Posing with it. Looking good. And I can no longer put it off. Let's try and take off the head and put on the helmets. This is where I've seen a lot of people's figures just explode. The head joint just brings everything out. I'm going to fucking press as hard as I can into this, but hopefully that doesn't come to it. Oh my god, I'm like sweating, dude. My light just died. Hold on. Turn on my phone light. Oh, that was pretty easy. That's nice. Actually, I didn't even talk about the head sculpt. I believe this does look like her. I've seen a picture or two, and usually she has her hair kind of fully down. Or maybe those are just the pictures I saw. But this is just a nice little ponytail version of the head. And I think it does have a good likeness to her. So they did a good job with this. Hair looks kind of weird here. And here too, like, didn't sit well when they were putting it on. That's something I can kind of overlook. Without further ado, let's try putting on this helmet. Please be nice to me. It has gone on without issue. I kind of want to take it off, but I don't really want to test the waters. Fuck it. God damn it. For science. Please. Whew. Okay, boys. I think we're fucking good. We made it. The head did not pop off with everything in it. That is awesome. Thank Jesus. I am literally sweating. I am sweating so much. Oh my god, I've just been fucking dreading this moment. But I'm happy to say that no issues can be reported. And it looks good. Very happy about this one. The first female Green Ranger looking absolutely incredible. Let's holster her weapon. I'm always happy to get a Green Ranger. So this looks pretty sweet. And we will bring in her fellow teammates, as we saw earlier, the Red Ranger. And we'll just kind of compare details, similar like we did with Dino Charge. And just at first glance, I think I'm happy to report everything looks good. The black detail in the center, the silver on the sides, and the rest of it is obviously their main color. But yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't have any issues, and I'm just super happy to report that there was no issues with the figure itself. And the sword looks the same. There's no little paint differences. So here's how it'll look on my shelf. Obviously we have the Red Ranger already, and now we have the Green Ranger. Next figure that we're going to be getting is obviously Wave 14. We're going to be getting another addition to this team. We're going to be getting the Blue Ranger, and the box is going to be similar to this. So this will kind of be what the majority of the boxes will look like, hopefully. Like with Wave 15, I thought they were going to announce another Dino Fury Ranger, but it looks like they're taking a break from that wave. So maybe with Wave 16, if we get another Dino Fury Ranger, we might be back into the plastic packaging with the windows. We'll have to wait to see, but if they end up changing the boxes for Wave 16, it might not even be this art style. It might not even be this art style. It might be something completely different. So hopefully they kind of stick with this and don't change it up too much if they go back to the window packaging. And most importantly, I'm just super happy to kind of have a weight lifted off my shoulders regarding this figure, that I did not have any issues. So super happy about this one. I don't know if I just lucked out. If you did pick up this figure, let me know if you had any issues with it. So give me 1 second. I'm going to recharge my light, and we're going to finish up with the last figure. Thankfully, Wave 13 turned out to be excellent. I was really dreading the wave, especially the Dino Fury Green Ranger, but you know, as we just saw, super happy to report that it was in perfect condition. And I nicely packed it away, cleared my area, because I just had so many boxes because of comparisons. Like for Dino Charge, for example, I had the Dino Charge Blue Ranger that we showed off, and then I brought like 5 other Rangers to kind of show them with. So cleared my area. It's nice and clean right now, but we got one final figure that we're going to be showing off. We already saw who the character is, so let's just introduce him real quick. Hailing from a season that I know a lot of people don't hold in high regard, myself included. When you just think about the whole pantheon and history of the Power Rangers, Turbo is just kind of a little bit of a black eye. For me specifically, it was the whole vehicle thing where with Mighty Morphin, you had the dinosaurs. Those are cool. Dinosaur Zords. With Zeo, they were vehicles, but they were like space vehicles. And they were still some of them had some animal themes to it. And then with Turbo, just having cars, it just kind of seemed like Transformers, so it wasn't as interesting to me. But anyways, I digress. We can talk about Turbo later, because there is some Turbo news, so our buddy here is not going to be too lonely for long. But we've got Blue Centurion rounding it out here from the Turbo season, and I remember when this was announced, I was just like, bro, I didn't even know I wanted this. You know, it's one of those things where like you don't know you want it until you see it. And this was one of those things. Like if I were to make a list of characters from Power Rangers that I would have liked, I don't even know if this would have been in the top 30 or 40. But after seeing it announced and, you know, even having it in hand, and I can't wait to open it up, I am just super excited. I think the figure looks awesome. Even just the packaging, really like it. You know, it's similar to the other packaging that we saw. But all the unique molding and tooling that went in to create this figure, like if you really take a look at it, and, you know, like I said, we'll take a look at the figure form to really examine it. But just on the box there's a lot of moving parts. And we'll take a look at the back. Here are all the accessories. So this is a deluxe figure. That's why it has the wider box. So this does come at a deluxe price point, so you do pay for a little more. But if you can just see, you know, all the effort that went into creating him and the cool accessories that he comes with, he actually comes with quite a bit. You can see that you're kind of getting your money's worth. So without further ado, let's take a look at the box real quick and let's crack this bad boy open, because I need to have that in hand. Nice shot of the front, plastic-free packaging. So we got a nice little illustrated version of him there, and a nice little figure shot here. On this side, we've got nothing. I'm kind of surprised because with Wave 13, for example, they had the helmets down here. So I thought they would have done a little portrait here, but it just kind of looks a little boring with, you know, Turbo Blue Centurion. We see the Turbo logo. I feel like they could have put a little helmet shot of him here. On the other side, this is how I'm going to have him displayed. Nice little shot of him there. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. On top, I did not show this off yet. Just a nice blue here, Power Rangers Lightning Collection. And as we saw on the box, another shot of him there, and him and all his accessories. So let's show the tape to make sure that this has not been opened already. So completely sealed. And the only other way to open it is on the opposite side, and that is sealed as well. So we're gonna cut from here to a big Power Ranger haul this month, which I like and I don't like, because, you know, I like to space out my pickups. What am I gonna have for the next coming months? I know I have the Alien Ranger 5-pack on pre-order, but I believe that got delayed to like August or something. And then I got the SPD Yellow Ranger and Lost Galaxy Yellow Ranger. Those are supposed to be coming early June. And then Wave 14 is supposed to be coming out soon. So there's still gonna be some things coming out. As we can see, empty box. I'm just gonna throw the instructions in here. And then we've got the box. Kind of big for what you get, but everything is nicely packaged. So let me figure out how I'm going to unbag this. Actually, this one probably just comes out. Yeah, this is all the guns and hands and stuff. And this one I'm gonna have to take apart from the top. So give me 1 second, I'll unbag everything, and then we will take a look at the figure. First, we're going to take a look at hands. So he comes with one set of hands, two hands, left and right. Both of them are trigger fingers, and they're just black gloves. Looking nice, not really too much to say about those. And then we've got a blast effect piece. This is for a gun of some sort. Well, there is a gun here, which we'll try it into. It's a little bent, as you can see here, and a couple of the explosion pieces on the side. I don't know, flares, whatever you might call it. Those are a little bent too. And there's another item that's bent. A nice little translucent orange. Actually, speaking of which, we'll just talk about the weapon that this is a blast effect piece for. And that is his gun. So a nice little shot of it there. This side is not painted. I don't know if that's accurate or not. So I can't really comment if this is accurate, but it just does look kind of weird that this side's not painted. But that's just me. And we see a little hole here. That's where the blast effect piece goes. So there it is. Boom! Stop criminal. Looking dope. I'll just leave that in there. And then we've got these gray pieces, which I believe are holsters for his legs, but he already has some on, so I don't know if these are bigger or whatnot. If we can see here, he's already got some gray pieces on his leg, and okay, that came off pretty easy. But let's actually compare one. So this would have been for the same leg, and it looks the same. R2, L2, so maybe this is for the right side. Then what is this piece for? This is R1, right one. And this looks more like you can put his gun in. Actually, let's try that real quick. Doesn't really fit. If we can see here. I could probably force it in, but that looks like it's about as far as it goes, which doesn't look right to me. You know what? Let's just replace them now. We'll take this piece off. We'll put on the other ones. So we got L2. We'll put on the right two, the R2s. So we got R1 here. As we can see, there's a nice R letter there. And L here, in case you're not sure which one's which. So that's nice of them to label. So boom. It's in. And pretty snug, I would say. I could probably put some more pressure and it would come out, but I'm not going to. But it is pretty snug, stuck to his leg. And then we will get L2, L2. Maybe I got two of the same ones? Because the right was R1, R2. R1, R2. Maybe I got the same pieces? We got L2, L2. There's no L1. Not sure if that's correct or not. I was going to say, because these look exactly the same. Like, what the fuck is the point of changing one out if If that's the case, so I guess that's a flub from the factory. I got 2 L2 pieces, so we'll just put one of them on. That's a little unfortunate. I know I've seen people have that issue, not with this figure specifically, but where they get like the same set of hands. That's why I always check the hands first to see if like I get, you know, a left and a right hand, or do I get 2 left hands or whatnot. I'm happy to report I have not had any issues with hands before. I think this would be my first, having 2 L2 pieces. So this was the old one that was on, I believe, R2. And now he's got his holster here, but I don't... Actually, maybe this goes in it? This little... I'm assuming it's a badge of some sort. Yeah, that looks about right. That looks like that goes there. Perfect. Okay. Anyways, we'll take a look at this accessory next. So here we have, I think it's a badge of some sort. Not too sure about this one. I don't really remember this. I believe it is a badge, and we know that it does fit in the little holster on his leg. And then we've got probably one of the coolest accessories, this little whistle, which he uses to summon his Zord, if I remember correctly. Actually, let's see if it fits in. Let's just replace a hand now. Can't wait to mess with this figure. Looks pretty cool. And I don't know how we put, maybe like this. He holds it like this. Nope, that is definitely not it. I think if we put it in more like this, and then he can bring it up to his mouth and then summon the Zord. I think that's how it's supposed to be. Holds the whistle like that, so that's how it looks in his hand. That's a dope accessory. Really like that one. One more accessory, but it is his sword / baton. So as you can see, it does have a curve to it, which, you know, I don't believe it's supposed to be there. I believe with this weapon, it's like this is supposed to go down, and then it kind of turns into the gun, because you do have the similar handles in this piece too, so the gun would turn into the baton, or the baton would turn into the gun, however you display him. So just a little thing to show off. But yeah, so the baton is a little bent, which is unfortunate, but yeah, same thing. They didn't paint the other side, but like I mentioned, I don't know if that's accurate or not. Hey, you, stop. You've got to pay for your speeding ticket. Looks a little dorky with the bend to it, but hey, what are you going to do? And I guess we'll quickly display him with the gun. So here is him with the gun, holding it with the blast effect piece. Citizen, get down. We have an armed burglar on the loose. I'm going to neutralize them. And then he kills them. So now that we looked at all the accessories, let's take a look at the figure himself. And I don't know what it is. It looks a lot different than what I had pictured from the box. Like, it still looks dope, but if we take a look at the box, we can see a couple little differences right away. One, the lights on his helmet, where these actually look like little translucent pieces of plastic, and this just doesn't. It looks a little cheap here. What other differences can I notice? Yeah, I just took a little deep dive, compared everything, and the biggest thing I would say is the lights above the helmet. They just look kind of shitty on the figure. I don't want to disparage it too much, because it is still a cool looking figure, but compared to what it looks like there, it is quite a significant difference, even if you just look at the helmet. So it is what it is. Anyways, it does still look good. I still do like how it looks. And for those of you who are not familiar with this character, he was essentially the 6th Ranger for Turbo of sorts, because Turbo never had a 6th Ranger. I mean, technically you can count the Phantom Ranger, who will be showing off here soon. I would say the Phantom Ranger is more inclined to be the 6th Ranger than Blue Centurion, because you even have Ranger in the name, the Phantom Ranger, where Blue Centurion, that's his name, Blue Centurion. But yeah, he was an ally to the Rangers. Don't remember when he debuted or whatnot. But yeah, I don't have any recollection of Turbo, to be honest with you. Very, very little. We can see an ab crunch here. We also have the shoulder joint, and this is it's not a soft plastic, but it does move. If you look closely here, it does rotate in between the shoulders, so you can move this, so you can get better posability for whatever you want to do. Maybe you want to have him coming in with a flying kick of some sort. Then you can kind of bring up the shoulders. That's a cool little touch. Head looks good. Like I said, I thought it was going to kind of be like this, where you kind of see it's like a translucent-y type of thing on the helmet here, but they just kind of painted it in, which, you know, it is what it is. So there's the head, up and down, full bob. Here's the back of him. And as we can see here, police on both sides of the ears. And showed off the ab crunch. Got some swivel there. Legs go up quite high. Let's check out the splits. I believe they're not going to be too good. Better than what I was expecting. I thought this would get stuck more, but it does go into the crotch area. And the leg, I believe, swivels from this. The thigh cut is from the little black joint here, the underpiece here. So there we can see some thigh swivel. This one seems a little looser than this one. This one seems nice and tight. After I kind of twisted this one, it seemed a little loose. Not like scary loose, but looser than what I would have liked. And here we got double jointed knees, and we see more of the lights that are kind of displayed all over his body. And his nice little robo boots. I'm sure that's part of the uniform. And we see a little boot cut there and full ankle articulation. All in all, I think it's pretty cool. I think this is just even a cool figure that they made. They haven't done too many of these where they kind of do these extra characters. Kind of like, the only other one I can think of is like the Zordon and Alpha 2-pack, where they're not Rangers per se, but they are kind of main characters. And this is kind of the same thing with this guy. Actually, this, you know what this really makes me want? This really makes me want a Ninjor. I would love a Ninjor figure. I think that would be really cool. Plus, you can recreate some scenes from the comics. If you've ever read the comics, or maybe you didn't read the comics, usually at the end of the story of the main issue, they'd have a little short story. It's usually about 2 pages at the end. There were the adventures of Ninjor and the Blue Centurion, and I just think it would be fun to kind of recreate those if they ever released an Ninjor figure. So hopefully that's in the works, especially with us getting the Alien Rangers, and we've got the Ninjetti Rangers. Hopefully Ninjor is not too far behind. So, but anyways, enough about Ninjor. This is about the Blue Centurion, and the helmet thing does bug me a little bit. But I'm quickly getting over it. But I like I said, I would have liked the more translucent look similar to the chest onto here, as we can see. So, a little unfortunate, but like I mentioned, it's not that big of a deal. We'll quickly do a little side-by-side with the 2 allies, the 2 Turbo allies. So we got Phantom Ranger here. This is from a previous release. This is from Wave 10. Even though if you look at the box, it does say in space. He is more of a Turbo Ranger. I don't know why they displayed him as in space. He even has the in space logo here too. So weird choice, but you know, whatever the case may be, they decided to do that. But here we can see the startings of a Turbo team. And like I mentioned, we'll be talking about Turbo and the news portion, because it looks like they're finally getting around to doing some Turbo Rangers. So weird that they released these 2 first, and then they're going to slowly build out the team. Weird choice, but you know what? I kind of like it. Sometimes we don't need the whole team first. Give us the, kind of 6th Rangers. Wild Force actually did the same thing, where they released the Lunar Wolf Ranger first, and then, like we saw earlier, we got the Wild Force Blue Rangers. So, hey, you know what? Mix it up, change it up. So we're going to quickly just move Blue Centurion here, and I'm just going to show off his box. This is how I'm going to have it displayed on my shelf. I think they look really good together, so I'm super happy about that. And I'm super happy about everything I picked up this month. Yeah, that is all the items I picked up for this month. Now we're going to jump into the pre-order and news section. So without further ado, Let's jump into that, and maybe we'll start out with some Power Ranger pre-orders. Here we are with the pre-order and news portion. Hope you guys enjoyed everything I showed off this month. A lot of cool additions, and let's talk about some additions that might be coming in the near future with the pre-order. So for the month of April, I actually pre-ordered quite a bit of stuff, but the first thing I pre-ordered was Dragon Ball SH Figuarts, and it is the character known as Bardock, which is the father of Goku. Tamashii Nations announced that they're doing a reissue of this figure. This is something that they've previously released before, and they're re-releasing it for some reason. I don't know if it's like a special occasion or whatnot, but I saw it went up for pre-order, and it's a pretty cool character, so I couldn't say no to this. And for this pre-order, I pre-ordered it on Big Bad Toy Store, and any other thing I'm going to be talking about, I will have pre-order links for in the description, in case you're also interested in pre-ordering. I also pre-ordered the Impact Wrestling Series 1 figures. So on the last episode, we talked about these figures. They went up for pre-order. They were only on pre-order for a month. I talked about how I was kind of on the fence about it, and I literally waited to the day of. I really racked my brain. I'm like, do I want to do this? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, if I do end up buying this on like secondary market, I am going to pay an arm and a leg. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to bite the bullet. I'm going to place the pre-order. So I pre-ordered Eddie Edwards and Moose. Now, like I mentioned, these figures are no longer for pre-order. So unfortunately, if you missed the little window that it was up for about a month's time, you are not able to get it anymore. I'm sure they'll have some quantities available on the Impact Wrestling shop store. Now, it does have a release window of May, so they might come for the next episode, and we could talk about it more then. Honestly, I'm really not expecting them in May. I just don't think there's going to be that quick of a turnaround. But I will say that they did show off a little boxed render of the figure. Everything we've seen about it before was just like illustrations of it, and we finally got to see kind of a dry run of the figure. And it looked interesting. That's all I'll say. But hopefully these do come out in May, and we could talk more about them then. The next thing I pre-ordered was a Marvel Legends figure. I pre-ordered the Super Adaptoid. This is actually something I'm not sure if I'm going to keep my pre-order. I just happened to be on GameStop, and because I'm a premium member, gold member, whatever it is, my account is expiring, or my membership is expiring in May. And I was like, I'm just going to go through everything and pre-order everything that I kind of have an interest in. And this happened to be one of those things I saw went up for pre-order. So I placed it there and got my little 10% off. So I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it. I do like that it's a giant figure. I like all the figures from the Build-A-Figure waves, but I never commit to buying all of them because I'm not interested in buying everything in the wave. So whenever they offer like a bigger figure in a deluxe packaging, I'm always kind of tempted, and this is going to be coming in at the 13 inches mark, I believe. I pre-ordered it for now, but it is something that I might cancel. And a couple more items that I pre-ordered. All these happen to be Power Rangers Lightning Collection items. So I pre-ordered Power Rangers Lightning Collection Wave 14. I pre-ordered the whole thing, which is Dino Thunder Black, Dino Thunder Mesogog, Dino Fury Blue, and Lost Galaxy Pink. In a previous episode, I only pre-ordered the Dino Thunder Black Ranger, and that was done through Big Bad Toy Store or something like that. They finally put the pre-orders up on GameStop. I'm not sure what took so long, but they ended up putting some other figures up, and I saw it there, so I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to pre-order the whole thing. Saw it there, I get my 10%. Like I said, my account's expiring in the month of May. Let me take full advantage while I can, so I ended up pre-ordering the whole wave for Wave 14, and that should be coming out sometime in June or July, around there. So some more Power Rangers Lightning Collection figures might be coming my way. And a couple other figures that I pre-ordered, Power Rangers as well, but these won't be coming out for a while. The first one was the Mighty Morphin Green Ranger Remastered. I pre-ordered this one because I think it's just going to be one of the hot sellers. I know it's not as sought after because it doesn't come with the Dragon Shield. We'll talk about that when we get to the news portion. I didn't want to really miss out on this figure. I do want to collect out all the remastered figures eventually, but I thought I'd pre-order the Green Ranger one, reserve mine, and we'll see how the rest of the wave goes. And I also pre-ordered Power Rangers Lightning Collection Deluxe Wave 4 Minotaur. Again, that's a figure we'll talk about in just a second. We're going to use this to transition to the news portion, and we'll start out with the Power Rangers. And I also pre-ordered Wave 15, which was announced during a fan live stream, which is Turbo Red, Lightspeed Rescue Blue, and RPM Yellow. I'm not sure what the actual release date for these are. I've seen some websites say like early 2024. I've seen some websites say like October 2023, later this year. So I'm not sure when to actually expect these figures, but whenever they release, they've already been prearranged for me. So those are all the items that I pre-ordered. Now we're just going to jump into the news portion. Before we get into the news portion, this next thing I'm going to talk about is news related, but just a little tidbit that affects a couple of the collections that I collect. And I thought it was pretty interesting. It was announced during the month of April that Hasbro is going to be bringing back their window packaging for all their figure lines, which is like Star Wars, Power Rangers, Marvel Legends, G.I. Joe, Transformers, and that's going to be starting later this year, which is an interesting change because remember when they went through the whole plastic-free packaging thing, we're getting rid of the windows, we're going full cardboard, we're getting rid of all plastic. This kind of affects me because I do collect a couple of their lines, Power Rangers, Marvel, and Transformers, and I've just kind of been getting used to the plastic-free packaging, to be honest. Thankfully, with this window packaging coming back, it will make these videos shorter because I can see everything in the package. I could be like, okay, this is good, this is bad, blah, 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 instead of having to, take apart the whole package, see if the figure's good, see if it's even there, look at all the defects that might or might not be there, and just kind of worrying about that. I'm pretty excited about this. My only concern is the packaging. We'll take Power Rangers Lightning Collection, for example, where there was a pretty drastic art style change from the previous window boxes to the plastic-free packaging. They completely switched up the whole art style. That's something that I'm just kind of getting used to now. So hopefully when they go back to the plastic packaging, the window, they don't change the art style again too much. Hopefully they either go back to what it was or keep it the way that it is, because I would hate to have to get used to a third style for packaging. Where Marvel Legends, I don't think it affected too much when it went from window to windowless. Same thing with the Transformers wave. I don't think that was too big. The only thing that I'm pretty excited about for the Transformers wave is that it actually gets the plastic window back. Some of the figures that I collected from the Transformers wave, the Legacy wave, they just completely removed the window, and instead of encasing it all in cardboard, they left it open to see the figure exposed, and I'm just not a fan of that. I'd rather have the little plastic window, and I've even made makeshift windows if you've seen any previous episode. So this is actually a pretty interesting change. I'm happy with it. It's fine. I'm just more concerned about the box art style, that they either continue what they're doing or revert back to the previous design. So hopefully it's a seamless change. And I don't know when they're going to be planning on implementing that. They did say later this year, but I'm not sure how soon. That could be the next few months. It could be December that they start implementing it. So we'll have to wait to see. But that is something that I just thought was a pretty cool news bit. So now we're going to fully transition into the news portion, and we're going to talk about Power Rangers Lightning Collection. And we had a fan stream in the month of April. I kind of talked about this in the last episode where they had the 30th anniversary coming up, the little special episode, and that's kind of what this whole stream was about, was to kind of hype that up. And I will say, I did watch the Once and Always special. If you want to know my really in-depth thoughts, go check out Gangster Plays episode 310, where I go pretty in-depth there. But I'll just say, I really, really enjoyed it. So along with the fan stream, they did announce a bunch of new figures. They started the stream out in a pretty interesting way, something that I think did need to be addressed. And they talked about the quality control issues that's been happening across the line, the Lightning Collection line. People have been complaining, and they've been hearing their complaints, and that they put a little kind of press release together, and they provided a link where, if you did order something and, it's broken or missing pieces or blah, 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 you can contact them that way. And I think this is a good thing that they address because, like I talked about in the episode when we were doing the unboxing of Wave 13, I was dreading it the whole time because I'm like, these figures, I've seen so many of them broken, and I was just worried about it myself. Luckily, I was pretty spared. But there were many people that, bought the figures and it broke. And some of them that bought the figures a second time and it broke again a second time. So that can be extremely frustrating. So I'm super glad that they addressed that. And they followed up with showing off Wave 15, which is going to be Turbo Red Ranger, Lightspeed Rescue Blue Ranger and the RPM Yellow Ranger. I think all three of these figures look great. I talked about how I already pre-ordered them, but we can go a little in depth here. First thing is we can kind of address the elephant in the room, which is they only announced 3 figures for Wave 15, where almost every other wave that we've gotten, every wave has been 4 figures, with the exception of one wave, which is Wave 7. In that wave, we only got 3 figures. Technically, it was 4, but I'll talk about that in a second, where we got Dino Thunder Red, Mighty Morphin Green, and a Putty Patroller. They did end up reissuing the Wave 1 Mighty Morphin White Ranger to compensate as a 4th Ranger, but with this, when they announced these 3 Rangers, they didn't mention any of that, so it looks like we might be going from 4 figures to 3, which is interesting. I'm fine with that on one condition, where from what I'm aware, each wave is given a budget from Hasbro, where they say, hey, you know, you're working on Wave 15, we're going to give you this amount of money, and you can use it and put it towards whatever the case may be. Now, since we're going from 4 figures to 3 figures, what I'd like to see with that budget, if it works the way that I think it does, is, you know, we've seen some inconsistencies with paint and a lot of accessories that probably should come with some characters. Hopefully, instead of using the budget for 4 Rangers, we get 3 really solid Rangers with awesome paint details, all the accessories that they should be coming with, and just an overall solid figure. And I have to say, this wave does look really good. I think the Turbo Red Ranger looks awesome. All the details on him, like if you look at his suit, all the black lines that are painted on, looks great. And he comes with a bunch of different weapons. He comes with 2 different swords, a gun, and the regular stuff, the civilian head, extra pair of hands, the blast effect. Lightspeed Rescue Blue, he looks awesome as well. I actually really do like the Lightspeed Rescue season, so I'm glad they're kind of starting that. I think the figure looks solid. It's a pretty simple suit with the you know, the color scheme, you know, with the blue and the little white lines, not as much details like the Turbo Ranger. And the third figure, the RPM Yellow Ranger, she looks really good. Honestly, what they showed off, she has probably one of the best head sculpts that I've seen in quite some time. It looks very similar to the actress that plays her, and she comes with a bunch of her weapons as well, a blaster and a saber, I believe. Don't remember off the top of my head, but I'll have pictures on the screen. Hopefully they knock it out of the park with these 3. It'll be interesting to see if, you know, Wave 16 will be 3 Rangers or 4 Rangers. Are we going to be getting less Power Ranger releases? Is this a sign of things to come? Hopefully not. That's another thing I'm kind of worried about, is if we're bumping it down from 4 to 3, are we going to be getting less Ranger releases throughout the year? We'll have to wait to see. Only time will tell. After that, they announced 2 more figures for the Cobra Kai Power Rangers collab that they've been doing. So previously, they announced a white Ninjetti figure, a pink Ninjetti, and a Skelly Putty. And the 2 figures that they announced here was some guy in a red Ninjetti costume and a character in a black Ninjetti costume. Now, I do like these figures a little bit more than the first ones that they announced. They did change it up with these ones, where with the first figures, with the white and the pink Ninjetti costumes, it pretty much was the exact same Ninjetti costumes, except they changed the little logo on the coin and the head sculpt. Where with these 2 figures, they changed it up a little bit, where they changed the arms, and the arms are actually like human arms instead of the whole Ninjetti outfit, which I think is pretty cool. It looks a lot more interesting to me, which I appreciate, because like I said, the first 2 just kind of look like re-releases of sorts. So I'm glad they did a little bit of detail to kind of change it up a bit. One thing I was kind of hoping, because obviously we knew we were getting more Cobra Kai figures, they did announce these are the last 2, so that's going to be it for the Cobra Kai collab. But I was kind of hoping that they would do a green costume, like they would release a character with a green Ninjetti costume, where we can finally create like a custom version, because we never got a green Ninjetti. It doesn't really technically exist. But if they did one here, we can kind of customize it into, you know, do a Tommy in a Ninjetti costume, or maybe, you know, a Matthew Cook from the comics. I just think that would have been fun. But unfortunately, we got re-released on the colors. No green there, unfortunately. After that, they announced the rest of the MMPR remastered figures. So, of course, we already have the blue and the yellow ones that have come out already. And they announced the rest of them. MMPR Black, Pink, Green, and Red. So, MMPR Black was announced. He was announced, but he didn't go up for pre-order. Everybody else went up for pre-order. So, that was just kind of a weird thing. But I do like the head sculpt on the MMPR Black Ranger. I think it looks very good, better than the single release that they did with Zach previously. MMPR Pink looks good, I can't really complain there. And then we've got the two controversial figures where we've got MMPR Green and MMPR Red. And when I say MMPR, it's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but just to kind of abbreviate it. So the Green Ranger does look pretty cool. I will say I actually am kind of excited for this version where it's just the figure. It comes with no dragon shield, so he's just kind of bare bones. He just kind of looks like a regular Ranger. It's an interesting release. I know it's supposed to be the remastered version and it's supposed to be like the complete version of that character. But I think it's kind of interesting. It kind of changes it up a bit. I know a lot of people don't like it. And another thing they don't like, which we'll talk about in a second, the MMPR Red Ranger. But I kind of like what they did with the Green Ranger. And the coolest accessory of them all, on top of like the morphers that they all get, the Green Ranger is going to be getting the green candle, which I think is just an awesome accessory. Really like that one a lot. And then the MMPR Red Ranger, a lot of controversy about this one too, where he doesn't come with a head sculpt, which I think is a really kind of bonehead move, in my opinion. We'll talk about that in a second. But to compensate him not getting his head sculpt, he actually does come with the Dragon Shield. And one cool thing about the Dragon Shield is that it's adjustable, where you can take it off the Red Ranger and you can put it on, you can put on your MMPR Green Ranger, or you can even go wild with it, pull out the Lost Galaxy Green Ranger and put the Dragon Shield on him. It's actually adjustable and it'll go on any Ranger. So I just think that's a really cool accessory. But I can see people's complaints where, these are supposed to be the remastered versions of the figures, where these are the version that you want to buy. In case you missed the other ones, these are the versions that you want to get. And if you just wanted to get the MMPR Green Ranger, it kind of sucks because he doesn't come with the Dragon Shield. So if you just wanted to get MMPR Green with the Dragon Shield, now you got to get MMPR Green and MMPR Red, so you can take the Dragon Shield and throw it on the Green Ranger figure. So I definitely understand people's complaints there, but I do like that they shook it up a little bit. But again, these are supposed to be the remastered versions, the tippity top. These are the perfect versions. That's what you're saying when you say remastered. These are the pinnacle version of the figure. And when you're missing accessories and kind of swapping them around, it can be pretty annoying. So I definitely understand people's gripes. I'm not trying to downplay it. I understand it, especially from a business point of view where, most people were probably going to buy the whole team, to be honest. But then you have people that were just going to buy their favorites. Some people just like the Black Ranger. Some people just like the Yellow Ranger. Some people just like the Red Ranger. But if you just wanted the Green Ranger, unfortunately, he does not come complete. A couple other figures they announced on top of the whole remastered thing was they announced a deluxe wave of Rita Repulsa, who's getting a re-release, and a Minotaur figure. So Minotaur was one of those monsters that was like the monster of the episode kind of monster. Kind of a lame duck kind of figure. It's not my favorite monster. Like, I always like getting the monster figures. Don't get me wrong. I love getting the monster figures. That's one of my favorite parts about the Lightning collection. But it just looks kind of generic. Generic's not the right word, but like, it's not really what I think of when I think of like the Power Ranger monsters. You think of guys like Pumpkin Rapper, Pudgy Pig, Eye Guy. Those are very unique looking monsters. And with Minotaur, it just kind of looks like it can fit in with like other series. Like, this is a figure I can see them releasing with the Dungeons and Dragons figure line that they're producing. Hasbro's producing as well. That's something I can see them. Like, that's a figure I can see in that wave. So Minotaur's not my favorite monster. It's kind of a lame one, but it's always cool to get a monster. And the Rita figure I think looks pretty good. I thought about pre-ordering this one, but I'm going to wait for reviews because I already have the Rita from the Lord Zed Rita Wedding 2-pack. And I'm pretty happy with it. So I'm going to wait for reviews to come out and see what people say. Just kind of see a comparison where, if I feel like, oh, this really is a great version of Rita, I might pick it up. But for now, I'm going to skip out on it and wait for it to come out. A couple other things that they announced during the stream was Hasbro offers this selfie series figure where you can take a picture of yourself or someone you love or whatever the case may be, and you can put your head on a figure. And for the Power Rangers, they offer the Red Ranger and Pink Ranger, and now they're going to be offering the Black Ranger as an option. I think that's pretty cool, but, it doesn't really appeal to me. I honestly don't know why they don't offer all the Rangers. I just think that's kind of weird, but whatever. And then they also announced that the Zap Dino Megazord, the special edition one, which they kind of hid behind an NFT, where you had to buy an NFT, burn it, redeem it, blah, 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 and then you get the special version of the Dino Megazord that's all black and gold instead of the regular colors. That's going to be going on sale in limited quantities, so in case you wanted to grab that, you can pick that up. I think they're all sold out. Last time I checked Hasbro Pulse, I could be wrong on that. But for me, it doesn't appeal to me. I have the regular Zap Dino Megazord, and I'm very content with it. I'm not too big into different color waves. But yeah, that whole NFT thing kind of blew up in their face. So it's unfortunate, but you know, they were kind of riding the hype because NFTs were big at the time. And now you get absolutely rammed by the community if you were to implement that. So, hey, you know, live and learn. So that was everything for Power Rangers Lightning Collection. Now we're going to move on to some Marvel Legends news. And they announced 2 cool figures. The first one is going to be a figure of Joe Fixit, who is a cool looking character. It's basically Hulk if he was a mob boss. I'm not too familiar with the character. I've heard the name quite a bit, but I know nothing about him. But the figure does look pretty cool, and it's going to be coming in that deluxe size, you know, Hulk in a suit. Like, that sounds pretty interesting. And this figure is actually going to be a Walmart exclusive, so going to be kind of hard to get, but just a cool figure that they announced. And something that they announced that I was pretty interested in was they announced some more of the Spider-Man animated show VHS figures, and they announced another 2-pack. So that kind of seems like that's going to be the theme going on, where we've already got, you know, the symbiote Spider-Man versus Carnage, the Doc Ock and the Aunt May, and the new one that they announced is going to be a Green Goblin and a Mary Jane. I missed out on the retro Green Goblin figure whenever they did that, the retro Spider-Man card. I missed out on that Green Goblin, and now it's so hard to get, it's so expensive. And now I might have another opportunity to get it. I think the Green Goblin looks pretty good. The Norman head scan looks okay. I'm kind of confused if it's Harry or Norman. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think the Mary Jane looks pretty good. But if I were to get this, it would definitely be for the Green Goblin. Next, we've got some McFarlane DC Multiverse news. They announced 2 different waves that are going to be coming out soon. The first wave they announced is going to be a wave with the theme of Flashpoint, the famous comic event Flashpoint. They only revealed 1 figure so far, and it was a figure of the Flash, and he also comes with a head that's unmasked. And I'm going to be honest, this is a really good looking Flash, almost to the point where I was kind of like, I do have a Flash in my collection, but I might have to pick this one up. So this is something I'm definitely going to keep my eye on. It's also going to be interesting to see who else comes in the wave, and if this is going to be a Build-A-Figure wave. They didn't give any information on this. They just announced the Flash figure, and that was that. So hopefully in May they'll fully announce the whole thing. Something that they did fully announce was a new wave of the Page Punchers, and this one's going to be called Batman Fighting the Frozen. And in the wave, we get Batman, Robin, either Batgirl or Batwoman. That wasn't confirmed. They just showed a picture of the characters, so it's kind of hard to tell if it was Batgirl or Batwoman. It's going to be one of them. And also, obviously from the title, you're going to be getting another Mr. Freeze. So the figures look pretty interesting. The whole theme for it is like they're cavemen, where Batman's in like a loincloth or something. Robin's like a Native American. And then you got Mr. Freeze looking like a Big Daddy from BioShock. Very interesting wave. I look forward to seeing like full renders and body shots of these, because it does look pretty interesting. I don't know if I'd actually pick up any of these guys because it doesn't really fit with what I collect, but definitely seems like a fun one to look at. So definitely check that one out. Next, we got some Transformers Beast Wars news. So we kind of talked about this in the last episode, where they announced a Transformers stream, and that stream was announced for April 4th. I tuned in, hoping for some big Beast Wars news, and I wasn't disappointed. They did announce something. It wasn't the most exciting thing, but they did announce one Beast Wars figure, and the figure they announced was a Nemesis Leo Prime, which is basically just a repaint of the Leo Prime figure that came out literally a couple months ago. It does look cool because they do paint the eyes, where with the regular Leo Prime figure they didn't paint the eyes. It just kind of looks weird. but I'm probably going to be skipping this for now. I haven't even got the regular Leo Prime version. That's still something on my list to get, but the Nemesis Leo Prime, this is something I can definitely see myself getting during a sale for sure. But as far as like paying full price, I probably will skip out on this for now. That was the only Beast Wars thing they announced, and it was just a repaint, so that was very unfortunate. I was hoping they would announce some more Beast Wars figures like on the retro card, especially with the movie coming out, Rise of the Beasts, but that did not come to fruition. Next, we got some Dragon Ball SH Figuarts news. So of course we talked about the reissue of the Bardock figure, and I think this next figure is also going to be a reissue. They kind of showed them together. So along with the Bardock, they showed off Super Saiyan Trunks, and then that's going to be in Saiyan armor. I don't know if this is a reissue. I should have looked into this, but I did not. I'm assuming it is just because they kind of packaged it alongside Bardock. Like, it's not going to be a 2-pack, but when they did the little press release of Bardock, they also showed off the Super Saiyan Trunks. So I'm assuming both of them are a reissue. I could be wrong on that one. The Super Saiyan Trunks could be a brand new release, but from what I saw, it seemed like they're both reissues. So not too interested in that one. You know, we already talked about Bardock. It looks cool. I pre-ordered it. But the Trunks I'm going to skip out on. They did actually announce some cool figures in the month of April. The first one being Android 20, Dr. Giro. I believe it was last month they announced Android 19. And for me, I'm pretty beyond stoked because I'm a big Android guy. It's probably my favorite season. And another thing they announced, they actually held an event, Tamashii Nations. They held a World Tour 2023 New York City event. This happened near the end of April, and they announced a bunch of cool figures for all their different lines that they do. In terms of stuff for Dragon Ball, they did announce one figure, and it was a figure of Metal Cooler. And that is a pretty cool looking figure. It is very shiny. I had the option to pre-order this, but I decided not to. I just don't really have an interest in it, to be honest. I would just like a regular version of Cooler. I am not too familiar with him in his metal form. I believe this is from some movie, and I have not watched it, so I don't really have too much of an interest in it. And the price is kind of outrageous. It's almost like $200. It's like $180 or something, and converted into Canadian, it would be like $230. So I definitely did not pre-order this. Never say never. I could change my mind, but for now, I'm going to be skipping out on this one. And then last but not least for news stuff, we've got a bunch of wrestling figure news. We've got the rest of the WrestleMania weekend stuff that they revealed. Obviously, we talked about the stuff that fell in the month of March, and then there was a bunch of stuff that they announced during the month of April. We're going to be covering that. Before we cover that, there was a bunch of other cool stuff that was announced. First one being Storm Collectibles, which is a high-end company. They do a lot of cool video game figures. I know they do a lot of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, or is it Tekken? Actually, I think they do all three, Street Fighter, Tekken, and Mortal Kombat. And they have dabbled in wrestling. We actually talked about them a little bit early on this year when they announced that they did a Minoru Suzuki figure. And another previous release they did was Jushin Thunder Liger, and that's a figure that I own and I really do like. But they announced that they'll be doing another wrestling figure, and the wrestler they'll be making a figure of is a wrestler called El Desperado. This is not a guy I am too familiar with. I believe he wrestles in New Japan. I could be wrong on that. I think he is associated with New Japan. It would make sense with Liger and Minoru Suzuki that they kind of keep, those are guys that wrestle in New Japan, not Liger anymore because he's retired, but Minoru Suzuki wrestles in New Japan, so I think El Desperado does. I know he wrestles in a mask and he's got a kind of a cool look. This is something I'll definitely be keeping my eye on because I do like kind of luchadors and wrestlers in masks. So they didn't show off anything. They just announced that, hey, we're doing a figure on him. So whenever they do like show off some stuff, we'll talk about it on here. But just a cool announcement that they're going to be doing some more wrestling figures. Next, we got Zombie Sailor, who is a creator. He's not a big company like, Hasbro, Mattel, whatever. He started out as a guy on Instagram who did some retro figures or something like that, something along those lines. Basically, his business has kind of expanded upon what he started with, and we talked about him as well earlier on this year, I believe. I think it was the January episode, where he has this line called Heels and Faces. What he typically does is the retro style figures, but he announced that he's going to be doing a new wave of figures, which is going to be in line with kind of the current day stuff. So the figures are going to be 6 inches and are supposed to scale with, Mattel's WWE Elite and Jazzwares' AEW figures. And they announced a second figure. Previously, like I mentioned, they showed off a Jeff Jarrett figure, and that looked pretty cool. And then after they revealed the Jeff Jarrett figure, they teased somebody, and the tease finally came to fruition, and they officially announced that the second figure is going to be Brian Pillman. So we now have half of the wave revealed. There's supposed to be 4 figures in total for wave 1. The release date for these figures are supposed to be winter 2023, so later this year. The figure itself does look cool. The only thing is the face is very off-putting. I don't think they really captured his likeness. So I don't know if that's going to be the face they go for. I don't know if they had any constructive criticism from the community saying, hey, this doesn't really look the best, and if they're going to adjust it. But just in my opinion, I wasn't really a fan of the face. But I'm excited to see what other 2 people are going to be announced in Wave 1. We'll have to wait for that. Now we're going to talk about the rest of the WrestleMania weekend reveals. First thing we're going to talk about is Elite Wave 104. And they announced the wave, which is going to be AJ Styles, Drew McIntyre, Dakota Kai, Solo Sikoa, Braun Breaker, Rick Steiner. Now this sounded like a pretty cool wave, but this is something that might be getting changed, especially for the Rick Steiner figure. This hasn't been confirmed, but during the whole WrestleMania weekend at one of the conventions, Rick Steiner was involved in an incident with Impact Wrestling star Giselle Shaw, who happens to be a trans athlete, and Rick Steiner said some very disgusting comments towards Giselle, so this figure is kind of up in the air. It does look like a cool render, but as of right now, I think this is kind of in a black hole, and there's a very high chance this will be canceled. It hasn't been confirmed, but high possibility, especially that'd be a huge black eye if Mattel and WWE were to go through with that. I mean, this is going to sound terrible, okay? I would still like the figure. I don't agree with anything that he said. I think that's disgusting. Just from a figure collection standpoint, I do want the figure, but I completely understand if they decide to not go through with it. Some other figures that are in this wave, like we mentioned, Solo Sikoa looks okay, kind of. There was quite a bit of an issue, did cause quite an uproar, where the original render of the Solo Sikoa was very skinny. And if you look at Solo Sikoa, he's a Samoan. And I'll just say, not a lot of Samoans have abs. And the figure that was displayed of Solo Sikoa had lots of abs. My God, abs galore. And basically, the figure was just way too ripped for what he actually looks like. And they did announce they're going to be adjusting it, which I think is pretty cool. But that's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't even know how that got through. Like, who okayed the fact that, oh yeah, the Solo Sikoa that just looks super jacked and ripped? Yeah, that's good. How did that even go through? I don't understand it, but I'm glad that they're fixing it. And another character that's in this wave that I think looks pretty good is the Braun Breaker. He's actually also going to be the Chase in the wave. And I actually really like the Chase. I like both his figures, but for me, I'm going to try and get my hands on that Chase if possible. So, pretty solid wave. And if they do cancel the Rick Steiner, I'm interested to see if they just release 5 figures or if they're going to bump somebody from like wave 105 to the 104 wave. The next thing they announced at the WrestleMania weekend reveals was Ultimate Edition Wave 19, where they announced Kurt Angle, Bianca Belair, and Bobby Lashley. And this is actually pretty interesting because, typically for the Ultimate Edition figures, each wave is 2 figures, but they announced that going forward, that they're going to be bumping the Ultimate figures from 2 figures to 3 figures per wave, which I think is really cool. I just think it'd be an awesome way to kind of help them cycle through a lot more cooler figures. You know, I just got my first Ultimate Edition figure, as you saw, with AJ Styles. So if they can, kind of speed up the process, they can cover a lot more guys by doing 3 figures per wave. I like this change a lot. And I think all the figures look good in the wave, the Kurt Angle, the Bianca, and the Bobby. Next, they announced a new Elite Wave, and this is going to be a new Survivor Series Elite Wave, and this is going to be Kevin Owens, Charlotte, Jerry Lawler, and Shawn Michaels, and each of those figures will come with a Build-A-Figure piece for Davey Boy Smith. Pretty solid wave. It'll probably be a skip for me. I already own all these guys. Maybe a Jerry Lawler. I don't have a Jerry Lawler. I might take a look at this one, though. But cool little wave. Next, they announced a Royal Rumble Elite Wave, another pay-per-view themed wave. And I actually really like this wave, where we're going to be getting Brock Lesnar, Batista, Beth Phoenix, and for the first time ever, we're going to be getting a Ridge Holland figure. And each of those figures will come with a Build-A-Figure piece for a Virgil. And usually what they do for these Build-A-Figure pieces, same thing with the Davey Boy from the Survivor Series. Usually what they do is they just put a guy in a suit. But with the Davey Boy in the Survivor Series Elite Wave and the Build-A-Figure for the Virgil, the figures are actually just supposed to be in like wrestling gear, which is a nice change of pace because I'm sick of getting like an arm of a guy in a suit or a torso of a suit. I'm glad that they're finally releasing wrestlers in wrestling gear. So happy about that one. For me, I'm definitely interested in the Ridge Holland. Always like a first time ever, and he hasn't gotten a figure yet, and I can't wait to pick this up. They did show off a little render of him, and he's going to come with this soft good coat and a hat, I believe. A couple more things that they announced. The first one being a Monday Night Wars Elite Wave. In this wave, we're going to be getting Stone Cold, Undertaker, Scott Hall, and Hulk Hogan. And each of these figures will also come with a Build-A-Figure piece for Lex Luger. So I really like the idea for the wave. Obviously, the first wave of guys doesn't really interest me too much. The Undertaker's probably the best looking figure in this first wave. But unfortunately, this figure wave is going to be replacing the Ruthless Aggression wave that's currently going on, which I actually really enjoy that they're releasing guys from that time. I mean, I do like the Monday Night Wars idea, but they're not going to be releasing like guys that I'm actually interested in. I want those deep cuts from the Attitude Era. Give me like a Val Venus. Give me a Disco Inferno from WCW. Give me a Buff Bagwell. I want the deep cuts, where you get tons of Austins and Undertakers and Hogan's especially. So this wave so far doesn't interest me, but I like the potential of what's possible to come. But the one thing that is a drawback for this whole wave is it's going to be a Walmart exclusive. So that's going to make it a nightmare to collect these figures. So along with the Monday Night Wars Elite Wave, they also announced that they're going to be doing Monday Night Wars Ultimate figures. And the first wave is going to consist of Roddy Piper and Bret Hart. And it's cool that they're doing Ultimates as well for this Monday Night War. I think the packaging should be awesome. They didn't tease anything. It'd be cool to see if like WCW guys get their own packaging, like exclusive packaging, and WWF guys or WWE, whatever, they get their own like old school Raw type figure packaging. We'll have to wait to see, but I think there's a lot of cool stuff that they could do with these waves. That is all for the news portion. We talked about quite a bit. We showed off quite a bit. We laughed, we cried, we had a good time. It was an awesome episode. So I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Look forward to next month. Some teases of what's to come for next month. I don't typically do this, but possible getting some retro Beast Wars stuff. Like I said, I was talking to some guy about purchasing some figures from his collection. Got some cool Marvel Legends coming in May, and there's a cool Power Rangers item that we're getting, and it's not Lightning Collection, so that should be very interesting. I won't give any more way on that, but just a little hype for the next episode. So just a little teaser of what's to come. So look forward to the next episode of everything that I pick up in May. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you enjoyed the video, definitely leave a like on the video because it shows me that you enjoy these videos. And, I like to think I put in a lot of work. I try and edit these videos down as much as I can. These videos are quite expensive because, buying lots of figures, and they range from like new releases to old stuff, and it does cost a pretty penny. So I just want to know that you guys are enjoying the series. series. And if you do, just show some support for the series by leaving a like on the video. It would make me feel so much better when I look at my bank account and I see the 0 in there, but I see a bunch of likes on the video. It'll make me feel better about myself, so please do that for me. So look forward to next month. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel currently. And again, I want to thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Catch you guys next time. And until then, guys, peace out.